John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, we are 2 days away from the start of the Eagles season, 1 day away from the start of the NFL.
Yeah!
John Kincade has some parts in the schedule that we will like because there's a lack of something. And I want to do another temperature check. We did one on Nick Castellanos last week. How about we do one before the season starts with Jalen Hurts? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
This morning just hit a little different.
Why's that, John? Why did it hit a little different?
I think 10:37 was when I finally said, okay, I can go to bed now last night after hammering out a few fun tweets to people that gave up on those Philadelphia Phillies last night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean the team that came back and won 10-9?
Now, I will tell you this. I had mentally given up. It was 6-1. I didn't think they were coming back.
Yeah.
I did not. Even though I watched one of our fine listeners, Slippin' Benny, say that he bet on the Phillies to win when they were down. And so when the Phillies were down 8-4, I placed a bet on them to win.
That's good.
For a $2.63 or whatever. That I turned into like 11-something bucks.
Hey, that's more money to bet on for football season that starts tomorrow.
It does. And we got football tomorrow, and we got the Birds on Friday night. This is looking like a great week.
It will be. And the Phillies will not be lost today. Trust me, we are going to talk about them all show today. An electric night last night for the Phillies to come back, win 10-9 after being down 6-1. You go into the first inning, Kyle Schwarber. It's a leadoff home run.
And you said yesterday, bouquets. Well, you didn't say this was going to happen, but you said I think he's going deep tonight.
I said leadoff home run.
You said I think he's going deep tonight.
And
right?
I did not. But then he had two more.
That was incredible.
That one I didn't expect. But the Phillies go 1-0, and Tyler Phillips gets absolutely destroyed.
Okay,
Guy can't even get out of the first inning.
It was terrible.
And they score 6 runs. The Blue Jays do, and you go, all right, well, that sucks.
That's awful.
You know, this is what you wasted a leadoff home run, and all right, this is going to be a carousel of fifth starters now with Tyler Phillips and Colby Allard, and maybe Taijuan Walker works his way back into the rotation. You and I both wanted for them to trade for some vet that you aren't peeing away every fifth day.
A back end of the rotation guy, I still can't believe as great a job as Dave Dombrowski's done here.
I agree with you.
I can't believe he looked at his roster and goes, no, I'm good. I don't know what I've got in Ranger Suarez because he wasn't back. Mm-hmm. Remember, he wasn't
Neither
back.
was Walker.
And I'm like, oh, yeah, but no, we're good. We're good. They weren't good.
No.
And they obviously aren't.
But
it worked last night.
Well, it didn't work necessarily for Tyler Phillips, but it worked for the Phillies coming back, winning 10-9. Kyle Schwarber with 3 home runs and 6 ribbies yesterday. Just an absolutely electric game for the Phillies yesterday, coming all the way back and winning it. So we'll talk about the Phillies because, like you said, John, there were a lot of people that once again gave up. Like they crawled back from under their rocks.
I'm not going to make fun of anybody because mentally when it was 6-1, I thought that was another fifth starter loss.
Yeah,
so
dude.
I'm not going to act like I knew they were coming back.
No, you don't come back and win those games.
No,
that was
no.
But you know who does?
The Philadelphia Phillies.
Good baseball teams do.
You're absolutely right.
18, boys.
It's kind of wild how magically they started playing better about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, because they were always a good baseball team and people gave up on them, and that was absolutely ridiculous. So we'll talk about the Phillies all show long today. We'd love to get your reaction as we do every single day at 610-632-0975. But I want to do something with the Philadelphia Eagles. So, John, last week when you were out,
okay,
I did a temperature
I didn't listen, by
check.
the way, but I heard it was great.
I don't blame you. I did a temperature check, Connor and I did, on where we were at with Nick Castellanos. Because Castellanos had another big night last week. where he drove in like all 3 RBI in a game in which the Phillies won. I think they won 3-2. He drove in all 3 runs.
It was Sunday night.
Was the temperature check on Monday?
Because Sunday night he did that.
Yeah.
Because he's also had a lot of good games.
He's been really good.
Which is what the point of the conversation was, that Nick Castellanos has actually had a quiet, good season for the Phillies. We made the point how it still has not amounted to the contract overall, but he's not been as bad as what people make him out to be. He's been more consistent than a lot of people give him credit for this year. And last year, he was the team MVP, in my opinion. Not just the first half of the season, but we went back and looked at it. His months of August and September were good last year, too. And then he had the incredible playoffs. And yeah, did he fall apart in the NLCS? So did the rest of the lineup. But that was last week's conversation.
He hates the Braves. We know that. We've documented that.
And I think we can relate to that.
Yeah, we love him. We love him for that.
So I did that temperature check on Nick Castellanos. And what I found fascinating, John, was that he still wasn't getting much love the day after winning a baseball game. The week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks after he's been one of the hotter hitters on the team. People it goes back to what you have said numerous times. We love who we love.
We love who we love, and we don't who we don't.
And I've said numerous times that I believe Nick Castellanos is the poster child of the we don't who we don't, because he has had a good career. Has it amounted to the contract? No, but he's had a good career.
He's had a good Phillies career.
Yes, absolutely.
If for just the 2 Braves series alone, I'm always going to look at him fondly for that.
Right, absolutely.
And say thank you very much, because he was clutch when they needed him to be clutch.
Right. Now, Jalen Hurts. I want to do a similar thing on Hurts.
Okay.
But I'm very interested to see where Hurts comes in. It's a similar thing. Temperature check. Where are we at with Jalen Hurts? Because Nick Castellanos couldn't get much love. Connor, as my witness, he did not get much love on our show that day.
So he still didn't?
That's a stupid question.
No, he still didn't. And
even after the last 6 weeks where he's been their best hitter?
We still had people saying, I just don't really like the guy.
Him.
No, I understand. Whoa. There's a difference, though.
There's not.
Yes, there is. I think he comes off like an ass.
Dude, unless you
So many times, and Mike Missanelli talked about it yesterday on his show, I think he comes off like such an ass.
Unless you are having off-the-field legal issues that affect other people, if you win a baseball game for my team, the ass is the person who doesn't root for that guy.
Okay, no. It's not a matter of not rooting for a guy. It's not.
No,
I thought the temperature check is guys not liking him or not like. Look, you win games for my team, I'm going to like you. Lenny,
that's what I'm saying.
I got to tell you right now. And I was in that locker room 50 of the 80 home games minimum.
Yeah.
The 93 Phillies were the most despicable group of people that I ever navigated in my entire career.
But you love them because they won.
They won. They were despicable the way that they treated people. They were a-holes. And so there's a difference. I can root for a guy and know he's an a-hole and be like, that guy treats people like jerks. That guy is a jerk.
Yeah, but there are people that
jerk.
straight up don't want him on the team.
No, but that's ridiculous.
And it's it's great now, but wait till he falls apart again. Like, there are people that I think there are people that actually not maybe root for him to stop hitting the baseball, but are like waiting for it, and then they feel a certain type of way when he starts struggling.
Okay,
and they go, see,
I believe
I've always told you about this guy. Instead of being happy that he's playing good baseball, there are people that deep down are creeps and are happy when he struggles because they can say, I told you so.
All you got to do is look at honestly, if you just got to look at my timeline from last night, there are people who, by the way, some of the people that I made bets with, a couple of them.
Yeah.
Cropped up on my timeline last night.
Oh, when they started losing?
Came out from under the rock.
Yep.
And I gave them the under the rock. It's out from under the rock. See? Told you about this team. This is who they are. And then I just had to come back at them later in the night. I don't understand it, but I get you. But for Jalen Hurts, for God's sakes, Jalen Hurts should never be treated like Nick Castellanos. Jalen Hurts has done so much more than Nick Castellanos.
But this is where I'm interested to see how this conversation goes.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of people, maybe not the same rock, but there are still a lot of people hidden under the rock of Jalen Hurts. I told you he was never all that good.
So you think it goes back to the beginning?
Yeah.
You're going back to the origin story of Jalen Hurts. He never should have been drafted.
In the second round.
Okay.
I still say to this day, right? Now you got to hear me out. I still say to this day that was a dumb draft pick.
Explain.
Because
we've never had this conversation.
Because at the time you had a franchise quarterback. Obviously there were injury concerns.
He hadn't finished the last 2 seasons.
Yep. And Jameis Winston was a cheap backup option that signed for $1 million that year.
Okay.
They had so many bigger holes that needed to be filled on that team. Wide receiver, safety,
like weapons,
cornerback,
like going to getting Wentz weapons. Okay.
Not just the Wentz weapons, just the defense sucked, and they drafted a backup quarterback.
What, he can't win with Jalen Reagor?
Right.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you didn't like, just to get this clear, because we've never had this conversation. I can't believe this.
I did not like the draft pick of Jalen Hurts. No.
Okay, but you didn't like the draft pick of Jalen Hurts, not because of Jalen Hurts.
No, just because
of, okay.
I was
okay.
like, what the hell are we doing?
You see, that's
and
completely
then that
different
that was to me the prime Howie Roseman. I'm the smartest man in this room. Remember
he?
the whole quarterback factory thing and all that? No, look, they tried, they tried trading for other quarterbacks.
They did.
After Jalen Hurts' first year. And then they decided, you know what? We didn't get the guys we wanted. Russell Wilson, Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. So let's see what Jalen's got in another season. And then they go to the Super Bowl. And that rewrites everything.
history.
And that's amazing. Like, I'm thrilled that it played out this way. There are people, John, mark my words, that still wait for him to struggle and go, this is why I didn't like him from the very beginning. I talked to a couple people during the season last year that had that opinion of him when he first came out of college.
Okay.
That were like, this is one. See, I told you. As if they took glee out of it.
To me, I'd rather be wrong.
Yes.
Every time regarding my team.
Yes.
Than be right and have my team not do as well.
Absolutely.
I don't understand the mentality, but I do believe you 100% that mentality exists. Because I was one of those people.
Okay.
That you used to point to. Early in my radio career, I absolutely was a guy who undyingly wanted to be right, like at all costs. My opinion was going to be an opinion that was going to be right, and I was dying on the mountain till the very moment.
Yes.
Until there was a very freeing moment of someone just going, look, it's all right to be wrong. You spout off 100 opinions a week. It's all right.
You're not
to get. It's all right to get 70% correct.
Right.
And until I learned that lesson, I had to learn that lesson.
Interesting.
So I was one of those jagoffs, as you would say, that had that kind of mentality of I was going to like who I liked and not who I didn't.
Yeah, and there's people that do that with Jalen Hurts, which is why I'm curious to see how this kind of will result. On our text line, our phone line at 610-632-0975.
This is interesting.
What's the temperature check right now for you when it comes to Jalen Hurts? Now, again, John, we have talked about this numerous times. He is loved in this city, and at least if you compare him to how other quarterbacks in the past have been treated. Donovan McNabb.
I think the most loved.
Yes.
Most.
I think so, too.
In his tenure as Eagles quarterback, I think he has been shown the most grace, the most love. Now, he's done a lot to earn that.
Absolutely.
But so did Donovan McNabb.
Right. But
so did Carson Wentz early on.
And this could be a change of society. This could be.
Could be.
Donovan McNabb was 20 years ago. And so kids my age who loved Donovan McNabb and didn't understand why he got so much hate, I go, well, why would I hate a successful player? Right? There might be people, I'm not trying to be an ageist here, John.
Okay.
There might be people that are your age that are still watching Jalen Hurts much more critically than other people.
Dude, there are people in my age group whose ages begin with a 5, who obsess and worship at the altar of Buddy Ryan.
Yeah.
And will rip Andy Reid as being a bad coach.
Right.
Buddy Ryan, who never won this city a damn thing.
Right.
Who was an absolute buffoon as a head coach.
And they still act this way. Yeah.
And they act like Buddy Ryan was like the greatest moment of their Eagles fandom.
Right.
And Andy Reid brought us into an era where the Eagles are a power. And Andy Reid gets trashed on.
Yeah.
So you absolutely correct. You're not being an ageist. What you're being is the evolution of this fan base. Because I promise you now, 20-somethings that were 20-somethings during the Buddy Ryan years.
Yeah.
The 20-somethings of today aren't as dumb as the Eagles fans were when we were.
I don't want to say that.
I'm saying it because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I can tell you they're not as dumb. They're not. Because nobody in their right mind would today, if Buddy Ryan trotted through this town, nobody in the world would be celebrating Buddy Ryan
Right,
as being something.
we'd scoff at him.
No,
yeah.
because he was a moron. He was a bad head coach. Great defensive
coordinator, yeah.
Dumb head coach. Dumber than dumb.
So I'm curious at 610-632-0975, what is your temperature check with Jalen Hurts? Yours individually, because I can see both sides, right? I'm more on the positive side, as I'm sure both of you guys are.
I think I'm more than.
Yo, you're more than me.
Maybe both of us. I mean, I know where I think Connor's sort of between us.
Yes.
Maybe.
And I think he's going to have a bounce-back season. I think the Eagles are going to win 12 games. I hate when guys like Chris Sims take away what Jalen Hurts does just because of the weapons around him. You look around the NFL, there are a lot of talented wide receivers, right? The Eagles aren't the only team that have 2 wide receivers now. Now they have 3. Now with Jahan Dotson, they also have Saquon Barkley. Let's be real. Jalen Hurts is very fortunate to have what he has around him.
Loaded. But
there are other teams that have a lot around them as well. So I think Jalen Hurts bounced back this season. You think he's going to throw for 4,500 yards?
4,530.
That's the official number? 4,530?
No, 4,500.
Right.
30 touchdowns.
Oh, okay.
30 passing touchdowns. I think Jalen Hurts doesn't have a bounce back year. He has his best year. Best year. I honestly, I would take it. No, I have such confidence in it.
Yeah.
I'm probably punch drunk too far over. Mm-hmm. But, maybe there'll be a lot of fourth quarters where he can sit this year.
Right, that'd be great.
Could be. And that could affect my numbers. But you know what? I don't give a damn if I'm wrong.
You just want them winning and him being great.
Right, because it'll still be his best year ever.
Now, the flip side is the other group of people that are probably have a temperature check on Jalen Hurts where it's not so high. If you think about it, their last memory of Jalen Hurts on a football field was the horrible, lifeless playoff game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers where he was bad.
Oh, he was terrible.
And I know the coaching has been brought up into questioning, and they have a new offensive coordinator, but Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni did not tell him to run back 14 yards and get sacked in the end zone.
They did not.
No, they did not tell him to do that.
That was not the game plan.
No. As horrible as the game plans were, I don't think it ever stooped down to that level, right? Over the offseason, there was lots of talk about Jalen Hurts' leadership needing to be worked on. We haven't seen it yet in real action. Even though we've heard great things, we haven't seen it yet. People are worried about Jalen Hurts and his speed. We had our caller Jordan at the end of the show yesterday talking about how does that get better? Usually when guys are looking slower, they don't look quicker the following season, right? There are people that I think are still on the wait-and-see mode with Jalen Hurts, or there were a lot of people that crept under. That rock that you talk about, the Phillies, I think there were a lot of people that crept out from under the rock last year when he was having his struggles. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is one-sided with this conversation. There might be majority people on a positive side with Jalen Hurts, but I don't think it's like 90%.
You think it's 70?
I would think so.
I would think so. I don't understand. These are the people, and some of them are in our listening audience, and we appreciate you all. Mm-hmm. But I don't understand them because I can never understand wanting to be like anti my quarterback. It sinks everything because to me always is what is the alternative? This team has none.
Well,
there is no alternative.
They don't, but there's a thought process where quarterback is such a different evaluation. Like any other position, I'd tell you you're absolutely right. But quarterback, the sooner you can figure out whether you have one or don't,
right,
the sooner you can get to a play. Because you cannot win without
fair.
one.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if there's people who believe, like, they don't want to be anti on Hurts. Like, they want to believe he's the guy. I firmly believe that any true Eagles fan believes that. But the second you have serious doubt as an individual,
yeah, you're allowed to have
Yeah, so they want to start – no, but I mean, so again, if you've got – I had a boss once in the business world. And so I got put in charge of managing people. And he said to me, he goes, you know what? He goes, this has to stop. He goes, you keep coming to me with problems. He said, I don't want you to come to me with a problem unless you're offering me what your calculated solution is from this point forward.
Well, I mean,
so what is the solution? You want to restart?
Yes,
yeah,
that's the easy solution.
Well, you've got all these guys in their prime.
Okay.
This is where I don't understand fans.
Or you're trading for a quarterback, or you're signing a quarterback.
You got all these guys in their prime. You got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and all the fans.
Right.
And you're going to go, yeah, you know what I want to do? I want to start over, though, at the most important position when I got a guy who pretty much is proven he's a top 10 quarterback in a bad year.
Sure, but let me point to the Dallas Cowboys. They had a lot of weapons. They had a lot of things going right for them. They had Dak Prescott, who couldn't get them where they needed to go. And I don't want to put that all on the quarterback, but there's something to be said about getting stuck in that situation, and then the cap hit gets worse. And it's just, do you cut your losses and rebuild the most important position in the sport if you don't believe in the guy? That's the only reason I think it's valid.
I mean, look,
if I'm a Dallas fan, maybe I do when they're in cap now.
We're critical of the Dolphins giving Tua all that money. We're critical of Jacksonville giving Trevor Lawrence all that money when they've never done anything. Now, Jalen Hurts has gotten to a Super Bowl, so that's why he got paid. But to just say, what are your alternatives? Well, your alternatives is either tear it down or try to make a trade. There are alternatives. It's just not easy.
Well, the alternative would be starting over. Because you're starting over if you bring in a new quarterback.
Right. And the beauty is, I don't think you have to do that with Jalen Hurts. I think you're set. So, what's the temperature check on Jalen Hurts? We did this conversation on Nick Castellanos, who's a lot more polarizing, but the franchise quarterback is the most polarizing figure in Philadelphia, no matter who the quarterback is. So what's your temperature check on Jalen Hurts? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Coming up next, hear from Nick Sirianni on Jalen Hurts. He spoke about him yesterday, and John Kincade sees something in the schedule that should make you feel confident heading into the season. We'll find that out next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Wednesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Wednesday means Adam Schefter Day. Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock as he does each and every week. So we can't wait to talk to Adam Schefter in about an hour and a half. But we're starting off with the temperature check of Jalen Hurts. So here's what I want to do. I want to hear from you on the text line or the phone line, 610-632-0975. And let us know where we're at with Jalen Hurts, where you are at with Jalen Hurts. I'm expecting a better season than last year, but I don't expect the Hall of Fame season that John is getting
Whoa. Best season. By the way, Terrence asks, what kind of thermometer is Andrew taking the temperature check with? It may determine my answer.
Yeah,
you're using one of the temporal thermometers.
Yeah, it's the temporal. Yeah, we're not going below.
Hey, you can go under the tongue. You can go in the armpit.
I said Terrence. Come on, it's like 6:30.
Yeah, come on, too early for those kinds of jokes.
I still laugh like a 5-year-old.
But I want to know where are you at, because I think this is more people would be pro Jalen Hurts, but I think there's probably more people than we expect, John, that would either be, I don't want to say anti.
Right.
I think there will be a large group of people that are still kind of in the unknown. I remember Connor brought this up not long ago that he's probably one of the more confusing quarterbacks to evaluate because there was questions about him being overdrafted when he first came in. They turned the season around his first year as a starter because they went to a run-heavy offense. He was arguably, and I still believe, the best quarterback in the league his second season as a starting quarterback. Then you saw him regress last year and looked more like the guy from year one. But you still saw the flashes, and you still look at the rest of the landscape in the NFL, and you go, that guy's still, despite that season that he had last year, a top 10 quarterback. But is he as good as we thought he was? Could he be that third best quarterback in the NFL? Or could he be 10th, 11th, or 12th like some people evaluate him as? He's kind of all over the place. It's kind of hard to judge who Jalen Hurts is.
It is, but one thing you know is that even in a league that is, I think a league where quarterback play is not that strong. Even quarterbacks who make the postseason, there's some that it's not that strong. He's a top 10 guy. I can confidently say that he's a top 10 guy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So to me, knowing that that's along the lines, knowing that that's something that I think I can put in Sharpie, gives me a lot of confidence.
Is he a top 10 guy because of who he is, or is he a top 10 guy because of the league? And does that matter? Does that matter to you?
In fact, if he had been drafted in the first round, I think that people would rank him higher.
Probably.
Because I think people don't want to admit that they were wrong on Jalen Hurts. They don't want to admit that they didn't think he should be drafted as high as he was.
There's guys that were giving him a third or fourth round draft grade.
And again, you didn't say that you didn't like the draft pick because of you thought there were other needs.
Yes, there were 60 different needs.
You didn't have an issue with him being drafted 53rd.
I didn't have
I think he was drafted right in the neighborhood he should have been.
I didn't have an issue that it was Jalen Hurts, the individual. I had an issue with the position that was drafted, and I just didn't get it. Like, I was like, you need 5 or 6 different starters right now. You just drafted a backup quarterback, but it's worked out in the long run. So I'm glad that I was wrong in this situation. But there are people, as we've discussed, they don't like to admit when they're wrong, and they'd rather double down. So
yes,
where's
and that's
the
thing I
temperature
don't
check?
get. Yeah,
we'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Here's Nick Sirianni speaking on Jalen Hurts yesterday.
Jalen's just done such a phenomenal job. He's just had a phenomenal camp, right? And he's had a phenomenal week of practice. Looking forward to going out there and seeing practice again today. But he, like I said, he's dove into everything that he needs to, do to be a great quarterback, and continue to be a great quarterback in this league. And he's worked his butt off, not only on the offense, but also, with his strength and conditioning, with his leadership, with his accuracy, with his decision making. And I've just seen him attack the offseason and the training camp. Like I'm so used to seeing Jalen attack, everything, and and I'm excited for him to be able to go out there and show everybody what he's been working on, because he's put so much time into it, and I'm excited for his season that he's going to have, and who he is as a player.
I know that sounds like word salad. Because Nick Sirianni is a master at that.
He could have said exactly what he said in 3 sentences.
He could have, but. You know what I liked about it? It wasn't his macho, like, oh, man, Jalen's great. That was like a even keel. Yeah, he's been great. He's attacked the offseason. He's been tremendous.
I think he sounds dialed down.
Yeah, I do too, which
I think he's, I don't know if he,
like.
One of those dispensaries or something could have been,
That's the calm before the
whatever
storm.
it is.
You know, the first touchdown, he's going nuts on
so
Friday.
you do believe that?
Yeah, dude. He might not be mean mugging cameras anymore, but he's still going to be himself running up and down the sideline, which I'm cool with. Like, honestly, I'm cool with him celebrating when his team's doing well. It's just when things are bad, you can't either look like you have no answers or just be yelling at your linebackers coach nonstop like he did last year.
I don't know. I think first touchdown, we get a nice firm handshake with Big Dom.
Nah, dude,
maybe a
that's
slight smile, and
dude,
that's
that
it.
guy's going nuts.
I'm going to tell you, I think Connor is closer to the answer than you are. I think we're going to see a different Sirianni on the sidelines because I think he's been told to do it. I think he's been told, dial back the act because it's not popular. It's not popular in league circles. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think it's popular in his own locker room. I don't think it's popular with that. There was a lot of disconnect with Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. And I promise, we've seen it twice publicly. We've seen Jalen Hurts on the sideline be disgusted with Nick Sirianni's sort of antics.
Right.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think that's part of their disconnect. This is a man who played for maybe the greatest college coach ever, and otherwise, this says this is not how head coaches conduct themselves. And maybe that's Jalen being too much of a tight ass. Maybe that's Nick being too much of a, I'm like a cheerleader out there, like a hyped up high school coach.
Right.
There's something in the middle that's right. Both guys got to move towards each other, and I bet they will.
I think they are. I
bet they will. I bet they were mandated to do it.
Yeah, and that's why we did Move Forward Day on Labor Day when you were still out. Like, I think that was one of their biggest issues last year, and I think they've worked on it. So, we'd love to get your answers. Where's the temperature check? What's your temperature check with Jalen Hurts? 610-632-0975. But, John, you saw something in the schedule that will, I believe, provide confidence for the worriers that are Eagles fans. Because we had a guy yesterday saying that they were going to start 2-5, which, if that's the case, I'm done.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now that I would go. I think that people are going to be alarmist.
Yes.
I think they're going to be alarmist about things, but I'm going to tell you that when I look at the Birds and I look at where this team is, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't do the one-loss game because I think that it takes one thing out of the mix, is that we can think a loss is going to come. And I wrote a piece that'll go up today at 97.5 The Fanatic. There are games that I assume as guaranteed losses. There are games I assume that I look at as guaranteed wins. And then there's the toss-up games. So it's one of those things where people now, what am I hearing in town? I'm hearing a bunch of cowards this week. Bunch of cowards. People who played the one-loss game when the schedule came out.
Yeah.
Who are now all of a sudden going, you know what? I picked the Green Bay game to be a loss. But now I'm thinking they're going to win, baby. As if I didn't know your predictable behavior was going to happen to do that. There are two close-to-call games. The Eagles only have 3 of them. I think there's only 3 on the entire schedule.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you right now, in my head, which is can be a dark and cavernous place, I have 3 guaranteed losses that I'm looking at. The Ravens Sunday night game.
That's a guarantee loss.
I don't like it.
Okay.
The Cincinnati game, I don't like it.
Okay.
And one of the Cowboys games, and I'll take the first one in Dallas.
Okay.
And to me, in my head, I'm going into the season going, those are my 3 games where I'm expecting a loss. I guarantee you probably one of them ends up turning out to be a win.
Yeah, probably.
Which is why I don't do the win-loss game. I think there's 11 definite wins.
Wow.
11.
Okay.
Falcons in the home opener. Saints. I love it, and I've heard so many people talk about it. I love the Eagles in Tampa. It's week 4.
Me too.
I'm already doing a preview. I love the Eagles on that Sunday in Tampa, that they're going to go down there and whoop some hiney. The Browns at home, the Giants on the road, the Jaguars at home, the Commanders on a short week, the Panthers at home, the Steelers at home. In fact, I'm going to make a bold prediction today. The Steelers, Mike Tomlin's going to have his first losing record.
Wow.
And the Eagles are going to give him his 9th loss in Philly. in December. The Commanders again in December, and then the Cowboys at the end of the year. But the 3 too close to call games. I don't think anybody can say with great confidence, guaranteed win, guaranteed loss. The Packer game, the Rams game, and the Giants Week 18.
Because they might not need to play.
Because they may not need to play.
And the beauty of that, and we'll continue to react to this because I love your thought process. The beauty of it is, out of the guaranteed wins, you might miss one.
Yeah, the guaranteed
but out of
wins,
the guaranteed losses, you might win one of those. So you even
it might
out.
wash out. That's why. And the too close to call games. I wonder how many too close to call games you guys have and listeners have.
All right, well, we'll look at that coming up more in the 7 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we will get to your text messages on today's topics. If you have a reaction to what John just said, we'd love to hear from you on that as well, because that's going to be a part of the show all day today at 610-632-0975. It's a perfect thing for the doom and gloomers, John.
Yep.
There's probably a lot of people listening, however, going, no, how can you say 11 guaranteed wins? They should have beaten the Cardinals last year. They should have beaten the Giants last year.
And they should have. They
should have.
Correct.
But there are doom and gloomers out there, man. It's amazing. So we get to the text messages coming up next. Also, you will hear how it sounded when Kyle Schwarber unleashed holy hell on the Blue Jays yesterday for his third home run, was the eventual winner. You heard that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, and Adam Schefter Wednesday morning. Shefty joins us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll get back to the text messages in a second, but real quick, I want to play this for you guys. Last night, an incredible come-from-behind win for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Unbelievable.
After being down 6-1 after the first, Tyler Phillips doesn't even get out of the first inning. He pitches 2/3 of an inning, allows 6 earned runs on 8 hits, and then the bullpen gets to work. Taijuan Walker, how about Walker? 3 innings of still 2 earned runs, but hey, he did his job for the first 2 innings. Phillies come back. They win 10-9. Here's Kyle Schwarber giving the Phillies the lead in the top of the 9th inning with an absolute missile to right field.
And a high fly ball to deep right field. They've come all the way back. A 3-run missile. Kyle Schwarber's 3rd home run of the night. The Phillies finally get that clutch hit with a runner in scoring position. They have taken the lead here in the 9th, 10-8.
Did Ruben choke on something?
It sounded like that ball was hit so hard it made him like have a stroke.
Made him gasp.
I'm going to tell you this, though.
Oh, it was like the Bryce Harper, oh my God, from Crucker.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Great job on Ruben Amaro Jr. for not talking over the play-by-play guy. He caught himself.
Right.
He wanted to go, oh! He didn't. He was a professional. Great job, Ruben Amaro Jr. on that. Turn off the, by the way, producers of radio broadcasts, turn off their mics. Don't have their mics on.
What are you trying to tell me?
No, as far as
Talk
for
too much.
color analysts do not need to jump on the play-by-play call. You can then let their mic be unmuted. That was awesome by Rube last night.
Yeah, I
And
care.
Tom
I
McCarthy.
care more about the Phillies than Rube's
Tom
analysis.
McCarthy, though, dude, was just awesome. That was so much fun last night, and it was great to watch. Kyle Schwarber put on a
Dude,
performance.
5 for 6. We were just talking about how his bat's been cold, ice cold,
RBIs.
frozen.
No, yesterday I said he's been horrible.
Yeah.
A quote yesterday. He's been horrible. And by the way, I heard Mike talk about it on his show yesterday. That opinion is absolutely valid. He was horrible.
Yes.
He was horrible for a 95 at bat stretch.
It's okay. Like, you could point things out, and it's not you're a hater.
And then yesterday, now I hope that it's coming out of it.
Yes.
One game isn't coming out of it.
No,
we've seen
not at
that.
all.
We've seen that with Bryce Harper because Bryce Harper looks lost to me. He looks lost.
He at least had 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah, he just doesn't
the
look-
lineup, 18 hits yesterday. Schwarber goes
wild.
5 for 6. Turner 3 for 6. Harper 2 for
Do
6.
you think Bryce looks himself at all?
No.
No, he doesn't.
Do you
Clearly,
think
he's got the injury that's bothering him.
What is it?
Wrist and elbow.
Yeah.
It's been reported.
He,
No,
had-
I mean, it's
he hit
been-
a ball.
It's been reported vaguely.
In that,
Yeah,
I
but-
think it was the last game of the Braves series, or it might have been the third game of the Braves series. He hit a ball to the wall that I was literally,
You thought it was gone.
dude, off the bat.
Yes.
I was actually talking on the phone with one of my buddies while watching the game, and I go, dude, Harper. I go, oh, man, got caught. And clearly there's just a little bit of that power that's missing because of the injury. Now, I don't want that to strike fear in people because he had a similar thing going on 2 years ago.
An elbow doesn't concern you?
The elbow bothered him 2 years ago.
No, I'm saying as far as the idea that this is an elbow thing and they're being incredibly vague about it.
Apparently, it's different, according to Harper, than the Tommy John thing.
Right. But all I'm trying to say is he needed to get Tommy John surgery, and the guy was one of the best players in the world in the playoffs 2 years ago.
Do you remember, though, he wouldn't get the MRI thing to show what the elbow really was?
Yeah.
When he knew his elbow was hurt? Because he didn't want to know? He didn't want to know what really was going on because he didn't want them to say you're getting out of the lineup.
Yeah, but he can play through it, obviously.
Yeah, he still had 2 hits. Yes, I mean, like, he's still swinging a
No.
good bat. It's just the pop might not be there the same way that it normally is, and you're not going to take him out of the lineup. Like,
No.
you know, I would take Bryce Harper's lack of pop over a lot of guys.
Yeah,
I
in
certainly
Major League
would, too.
Baseball.
And the Phillies have been lucky injury-wise that they haven't had anything like crazy that's costing guys seasons. So
They've been really lucky.
if the worst thing you have to deal with is Bryce Harper goes 2 for 3 instead of 2 for 3 with a home run, we can work with that.
Right, absolutely, because you'd rather have him in the lineup than not. All
I
right.
can work with that.
What do we got on the text line today, Connor? Our main jumping off point today was about Jalen Hurts. I wanted to do a temperature check on Jalen Hurts. We did something similar on Nick Castellanos. Now I want to do it on Jalen Hurts. I think it's going to be more positive, but I do believe there are still people lying in the weeds when it comes to Hurts. What do we got, Connor?
Dave in Cape May checks in, says, I was all for Hurts to start as QB1 in 21, and I was trash for it. I still stand behind him today and think he gets a bad rap for some reason. Unknown reason, he says. Maybe his mellow personality. He has flaws, but they all do. I think he has a great season and silences the haters.
See, it depends on who you're talking to. Like, so that Dave just texted that in?
Yes.
It depends on who you're talking to. There are people that, John, we know would rather be right than wrong, right? So there's somebody that goes, I don't think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. And then somebody like Dave goes, well, I believe that he is. And then that person will then just go overboard with their dislike of Jalen Hurts and why they believe that the quarterback's not good. If Dave has a conversation with me, I think we can have a rational conversation. Jalen Hurts was not good last year. He was not good last year. However, neither was a lot of the league. Quarterback play was horrible last year. I said it every week, it seemed. That quarterback play was bad last year. Jalen Hurts, just like all those other quarterbacks, have the opportunity to have bounce back their years this year. Question is, how high does he climb up? Like, is his bounce back year the same as Patrick Mahomes' bounce back year? Probably not.
No,
but could be better than a lot of the other quarterbacks around the NFL? It could be. All right, coming up next, we'll get more text messages, and we'll continue the Eagles conversation at 610-632-0975. I also have a question about NFL popularity, John. With no data behind it. Just
you have not.
Just a feel
gut
thing.
instinct feel thing?
Just a feel thing that I want to get into coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. joins us in an hour. And I'm excited to talk to Schefter. Well, we always are, because we love Adam Schefter.
It's always fun to talk to him.
But I want to get into NFL popularity with Schefter. Obviously, we're going to get into some news and notes, talk about the Eagles, the travel plans. I was talking to a couple of the beats yesterday. I was texting some of them, and they're flying out either today or tomorrow. They're getting set for the trip to Brazil. So can't wait to talk to Adam. We can ask Adam Schefter about the players speaking out.
Sure.
About their dislike. Because it's curious. Like Darius Slay yesterday put out a tweet apologizing.
Which obviously he got bullied into a.
Well, that's right. Did that come from somebody above him inside the Eagles? I
would imagine.
I'll say not locker room, business.
I would
team.
imagine it did, and it's a shame because no lies detected on anything that Darius Slay said. There were no lies detected. There are no other road trips, none, where the Philadelphia Eagles or any other NFL team is called into a room and briefed on the procedures about how to stay safe during a road trip.
Right. Yeah. So we'll talk to Schefty about that kind of stuff at 8:00. But I want to get into a discussion about NFL popularity. We're going to start that at around 7:10 because I just have a gut feel, and it might just be me, and it might be prisoner of the moment. But I have a question about NFL popularity for you as an individual. So we'll do that at 7:10. But
I'm intrigued by this because you would not reveal any part of it other than
it's funny. I texted you last night. I was literally rocking Cooper in the rocking chair, and I had the idea, and I was like, oh, I don't want to forget this. So let me put it in the text message. But I got to focus on reading this damn Blue Truck book to him that I can't put into too many words the text message, but I don't want to forget my idea.
The Blue Truck is a good one, though.
Yeah, little Blue Truck. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, come on, man.
Wow, you got memorized, son?
We're a big fan of Little Blue Truck, man. There's a whole series of them. There's Little Blue Truck Christmas,
there's
Halloween.
All kinds of
things. Yeah.
Connor, you have so much to look forward to later in your life.
Way later in my life.
So let's get to some text messages. Here's what we're talking about today. We are asking what the temperature is on Jalen Hurts. Your temperature check. Again, this show is a lot about you. The NFL popularity topic that we're going to get into is for you. The temperature check for Jalen Hurts is you. I'm not asking what you believe the city is saying. I'm asking you specifically where you are at with Jalen Hurts. You might be on the side of he's going to be great this year. He's going to bounce back. He got too much hate for last year, like our previous texter said. Or there might be a lot of you that go, I got to see it first because there's leadership questions about this guy. He had a lot of these weapons last year, and he didn't look good. It looked like he regressed last season, like I expected him to, and people took regression as like the harsh term. He did have a down season from the previous year. I think he progresses this year. I think he has a better season.
And none of those, by the way, critiques from people that are saying it is false.
Oh, like he didn't have a good season last year, and he struggled with after his first read. He rolled to his right every single time. And I do blame coaching for a lot of it, but some of it's also on him. So I'm curious to see what people are saying about that. And, of course, the Phillies are always on the table. The great night for Kyle Schwarber. And John Kincade, I want to dive deeper into this as the show goes on. You went through the Eagles' schedule. You found 11, let's say, borderline lock wins, 3 borderline lock losses, and then 3 toss-up games.
And the fact that there are 3 toss-up games, I tried to go through and say, who are their top competitors? Detroit, San Francisco,
yes,
Green Bay, Dallas. The Eagles have the least, to me, toss-up games.
And those toss-up games were Green Bay,
the Rams game, and then Week 18 versus the Giants, because I don't know whether they're going to play the game or not.
Right.
Legitimately.
And that kind of, the 11 close to borderline lock wins, right? That kind of falls into where our floor is with this team.
Yes.
11-6.
Yeah.
That means, like, by the way, they might win those loss games that you have.
I had my 3 losses. The first Dallas game, Cincinnati and Baltimore on the road. I'm going to tell you right now, I would almost guarantee they're going to win one of them.
Yes.
And I guarantee they'll lose one of the 11 that
right.
I look at right now as guaranteed wins.
So that evens it out.
So they'll lose. It's going to balance it out. It's those 3 games that honestly sway. And Adam Schefter can tell you this too, is that how many teams every year could you draw a circle around in the NFL that it's hard with this 9-8 crap and 8-9
right.
that are within, like, do you do it 9-8-7? like the majority of teams in the league will end up in that 9-8-7 range.
Right.
Because that's where it is. That's where the league lives.
Right.
It lives in the middle.
And the Eagles should be in that 11-12 range.
They should
honestly.
be.
I don't even
They
want to
should
look
be.
at the number 10. 13 is a reach. It's like when I applied to American University.
Did.
It was the reach school.
Oh, you applied to American?
Yeah, I didn't get in.
Oh.
But look, the Eagles could get to 13 wins. You know? I'm Temple made Temple proud, baby. C's get degrees.
I am too, but American was pretty easy to get it. Back in the day, American was easy to get it.
They told me they like wait less than me a semester. I applied there too.
Oh, congratulations.
They don't like.
You made it a step farther.
Because you're a fairly good student with a really good SAT.
Apparently, they don't like radio folks.
He
Yeah,
had the highest SAT on the show of the three of us.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, Brendan,
I might have had the highest at the station.
By the way, Brendan Gunn, I'm just assuming that you didn't. That's terrible. But
What?
Well, look, come on. He's Strathaven's finest. I know, but I'm just assuming. I'm assuming. Look, I'm assuming Brendan did not beat out Connor on the SAT.
Kids in the back minding his business, hearing us talk about
He got
Jalen Hurts and the
shrapnel.
Eagles and all
pretty
this
messed
stuff.
up, man.
He's the second smartest guy in Philly sports media out of Strathaven. Johnny, come on now. John Clark's.
No, he's number
his
one.
own. Yeah, John Clark is.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975 on any of our topics that we got going on so far in the show.
Playing in Kentucky, checks in. Still trying to get over John ripping Brendan Gunn. Playing in Kentucky says, I love Jalen and think he's going to have a big year. On the people who still don't think he's that good, I'll look at it from a different angle. Is it possible that people are still stuck on the fact that Saban coached him and he had all of this stuff coming out of college and he hasn't developed into that true winner every year like he was in the collegiate game? Do people see that with people like Tua and Jalen and think that was mostly the coach coming out of college? Is that a sticking point?
That's not a bad thought.
I mean,
It's
people
not a
do
bad
still
thought.
bring up the he got benched thing. Like, people still bring that
And he
up.
did. He got benched for Tua, and then he. And by the way, I will tell you that Nick Saban flat out himself told me that he was the best teammate he'd ever seen
Right.
when he got benched.
And how he handled it.
And the way he handled it, he went and got his degree. He made sure he finished out his degree before transferring.
Yeah.
That he was the. So I know this is that Saban respected so much the hell out of Jalen Hurts.
That's all factual, and I love Blaine from Kentucky, our texter there. But anyone who looks at a quarterback that has played in a Super Bowl and talks about something they did in college,
Right.
I think that's stupid.
Okay,
and not just playing in the Super Bowl, but playing in the Super Bowl at an elite level.
He outplayed-
was better than Patrick Mahomes.
He was
in
better
that
than
game.
Patrick Mahomes.
I don't care what you did at Alabama. I care what you did in that game
Right.
in Arizona.
But there are people, going back to the college thing, that had their opinions already written on them. And then when he comes out of the league, and look, I have said this to you guys from an unbiased, like I want Jalen Hurts to be great, right? I don't have to sit here and lie to myself and say he's going to be great. He's going to be great. I don't know. We'll see, because in 3 years as the starter, he's had one good year, great year. One elite year.
No, he's had one great year. He's had one good year. He's had one mediocre year.
Yeah.
The 2021 was a mediocre year.
It was a mediocre year.
They went 9-8.
And remember, I brought this up, because
COVID quarterbacks. And
yeah, and there's a lot of revisionist history with the Shane Steichen thing. I pulled up the numbers. Remember, at one point during our, how many shows is this now?
I don't know.
What are we at? 120 something.
120 something.
Well,
Yeah,
at some-
123.
123.
123.
Oh, yeah.
At some point in our 123 shows, I pulled up Jalen Hurts' numbers after Shane Steichen took over. They weren't good. Like, it was the same. They just ran the football more, and that's how they got to the playoffs, and because of the COVID and all that kind of stuff. Then he was elite in 2022, should have won MVP. Last year, he had good numbers. Eye test told you he wasn't great, but neither was the rest of the NFL, right? So I can't say that that's who Jalen Hurts is. But to Blaine's text about the college thing, so far in 3 years, you've had 3 different Jalen Hurts. But I don't know who Jalen Hurts is yet.
And to Blaine, I'm going to just tell you this. 21, the Eagles, I dug this one up. And this is like a Reuben Frank would be proud of this.
Yes, he would.
Only one team in the NFL will have its 4th new offensive play caller in 4 consecutive years.
Right.
And it's the Eagles. Opening game 2021, Nick Sirianni. Opening game 2022, Shane Steichen. Opening game 2023, Brian Johnson. 2 creams, 1 sugar. And 2024, you'll now have Kellen Moore. So there has been that.
Yes.
4 different play callers, 4 different openers. The only quarterback in the NFL who will deal with that's in the same place,
Right.
is Jalen Hurts.
Right. Exactly.
And that works
pretty
against you.
amazing.
And that works
Yeah.
against you.
I mean, there's adversity to that. Absolutely.
works
Well, I mean,
against
go back to it. He had a different offensive coordinator his senior year of college from his junior year of college.
did.
Like
He did.
he's flipped around for like 6 or 7 straight
Yes.
years.
Well, the thing is that the one thing I would say is that Alabama, they constantly, when you have success at Alabama, you get poached like
Right.
Saban would constantly get poached.
Right. Yeah, so he's had a lot of offensive
Right.
coordinators, and that's something that you have to deal with. All right, what else we got on the text line? Then we're getting this popularity conversation.
All right, we have a check-in here. No name on this one. And this texter says, though it's extremely hard to grade Jalen going into the season based on his 2022 performance, it shows that he has what it takes to be great. I would not take last year too harshly on his performance because when things aren't going well as a whole, it snowballs into bad decision and bad performance. It may have been more of a team issue. He has no reason not to be great this year. Temperature's rising.
Yeah, you know what? Hearing that text from the no-namer, say it with your chest because I love the text. Say your name. Are there many fluky, great years from quarterbacks? I don't
Well,
think so.
Because right now it's 17 games. Plus, if you're saying it's a great year, that almost always has to include postseason games.
Right. So what you're saying? Well,
I would say Joe Flacco had a fluky great year. I would say Cam Newton had a fluky great
I don't
year. I
believe
would say
that at
Carson
all.
Wentz had a fluky great year.
I don't believe that.
well, okay. So Carson
Flacco
Wentz,
thing
I
at all.
still believe if that guy's not hurt the way
So
that
do I.
he is, it's a totally different story. Like I almost want to put Carson Wentz to the side because what played out between the injuries, the horrible selections of wide receivers around him. And then, oh, by the way, him seeing a backup win, and look, that was his own doing. The Nick Foles win the Super Bowl and him allowing that to affect him the way that it did, that's his own doing. That's his own personal issues that he needed to work out. I kind of would put him to the side, though. I hear what you're saying about Flacco, but
No, I don't.
Flacco had a good career, man.
Joe Flacco had a really good career.
Yeah.
And Joe Flacco, arguably, I would tell you, Connor, is in the modern era, is one of the best playoff quarterbacks we've seen.
Sure, that's fine. But I'm talking about a guy who had a good career, who had an exceptional year. Like, if you had watched him in that Super Bowl year, you're like, Joe Flacco is this guy who's going to be at the top of the game for a while.
And
He's a guy that's going to go like toe-to-toe with Brady.
And you remember, though, too, in that year, he was playing, he rejected a contract and played out the final year of his contract when he wasn't he could have been
gambled that one.
He
in a great
gambled
way.
and he
Yeah.
won and he cashed in
All-time
a big
contract
way.
year.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Like, it's not a knock on his ability. I think
I
he's
think-
good.
No, I get it. But what I'm trying to get to is like, all right, in baseball, you could see a guy hit 30 home runs and then be terrible. Like we see it all the time.
Yeah.
Like look at Javi Baez, right, with the Detroit Tigers. That guy was this phenom with the Cubs.
minute he showed his backside in Sports Illustrated, it was over.
That was the minute
His career
it was
has
the
gone
minute-
down the tubes.
That's what did it?
It was the
He
minute
showed
that
it-
they figured out how to pitch to him, and the guy swings at everything.
That's where the expression "show your ass" came from.
right.
It's because Javi Baez did it. It's never been the same.
We've seen basketball players as one-hit wonders. I don't like a one-hit wonder in football is like a 1 week. Like that Mike White. Was that last year or 2 years ago? That guy threw for like 450 yards in a football game.
Yeah.
Ben DiNucci. Who's the other?
He was terrible,
who's the
though.
Giants quarterback?
DeVito. Come on,
Tommy
bro.
Cutlets.
You forgot about Tommy
Like
Cutlets?
these guys might have 1 week wonders, right? There's not many fluky MVP-like seasons. Cam Newton, I hear what you're saying. He also had a decent career before the MVP.
Right, but I don't
season.
think any of us think Jalen Hurts is going to stink. Like, I don't think we're
there
going to
are
look.
people that don't like him.
Well, they're wrong. Like, if you think the guy's going to stink, you don't know what you're watching. But if Jalen Hurts has Cam Newton's career, that's going to be an underachievement for what we thought he was after 2022.
I couldn't agree with you more. As far as if he's Cam Newton,
And what did Cam Newton do?
Cam Newton
Great year, great team, goes to the Super Bowl,
Cam
comes
Newton,
up short.
Cam Newton fizzled. Like his career absolutely fizzled. Now I think he's also crazy as a loon.
I mean, he could be.
I've had some personal experience with him, and he's a great guy.
Well, I can't
he's
tell.
crazy
I
as a
can't
loon.
read anything he types. It's all in that weird font.
yeah.
He's crazy, man. That's the whole Mrs. Doubtfire dressing, and he's just a nutcase.
Right.
But he's a great dude. But he's not. I think that I look at Jalen Hurts, and I see a much more serious person.
Yeah, and
he's a serious person.
I'm not trying to get the dress codes or mentality or anything.
No, but the thing is, he's not a look. Cam Newton, and I will tell you this flat out. Now you say about that. Cam Newton put too much thought into constantly worrying about what was his post-game outfit going to be? How was his image going to be?
I don't think that affected his play by any means.
Well, I'm going to tell you flat out, I think it did. His career fizzled out. Once he got stardom, his career fizzled out.
Well, he did get in a car crash and have injuries and stuff like that, and he was flipping over linemen from the second he came in the league.
Well,
I don't think the outfits changed his career, man.
I think that his focus. Jalen Hurts comes every day worried about his focus. He's about doing better. In fact, it was looked upon as a negative by some of his teammates, it appears.
Right.
That he was so focused on business, so not about having fun. And Cam Newton went the whole other way.
Well,
went the entirely other way if you would talk to the people in down in Carolina.
All I'm trying to figure out is are there fluky years? And I don't think so. Like I don't think many quarterbacks, and you might be right, Connor, there are a couple, but I think Jalen Hurts is not so much a fluke. Like, I don't think 2022 is a fluke. I think that's the guy that he can be. All right, I have a question about popularity in the NFL, or at least your own personal excitement. And this is something that I would like to talk to with the people about, and you guys as well, of course. You guys are on the show.
That's nice of you. Thank you very much.
I find myself more excited for this year, not just for the Eagles. This is NFL. Than I feel like I have been in years past. And I don't know if it's because of this new life that I'm living, which is hosting a morning show with you two fond people, or is it, am I just prisoner of the moment because it starts tomorrow? Is it because this schedule in week 1 is amazing, right? Because there's a lot of great marquee matchups Thursday night, Friday night, as we know.
Those two games are
Sunday. Monday night's
ridiculous.
game is great. Or is it, and I have a theory as to why I'm so excited, John.
Okay.
The product last year sucked. Ratings aside.
You say that.
I've said it a million times. Ratings aside, because the ratings were great. They always will be. The ratings will never die. That doesn't mean the product was good or not.
In your opinion?
In my opinion. All right, you base things off ratings? I don't.
I disagree with you. Is that like if the critics tell me a movie sucked and people flock to the theaters and say, we love it, we're watching, we're there, I'm not going to tell you the movie sucked.
Yeah, but it's not a movie. The NFL can crap in your face and people will still watch it.
Or it's the Avengers, where people keep on watching all these Avengers movies.
Don't disrespect the Avengers.
No, the Avengers has been dead for about 6 or 7 years.
Now you've lost me when you get into the
And yet they keep on putting out more and more movies, and people keep on flocking to it because of what it is, right? The NFL product sucked last year. I think it's going to be electric this season. I think all those quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes, we talk about how Jalen Hurts and his personality and his mentality and his will to win. He knows that he struggled last year. He's going to do whatever he can to be better this year. Jalen Hurts is not the only quarterback like that.
Okay.
I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be like that this year. I think Lamar Jackson will continue to be brilliant. These young quarterbacks that we're seeing, C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love.
Are we going to see Burrow do it? Like,
I think
waiting,
so.
Because you and I are both.
He's just got to stay healthy.
I think all three of us are pretty high on Joe Burrow.
Yes.
But he honestly, he needs to show it.
He does.
They got to pay Jamar, too.
Wide receiver talent is at an all-time high, and it just continues to get better and better and better. We went through the power rankings yesterday on Fox. The Indianapolis Colts came in at 21 to start the season. That team could win their division. I don't think they will. I do think the Texans, I think it's going to be tight like it was last year. I think the Texans win. But that Colts team, the 21st ranked team in the Fox power rankings, could potentially win the AFC South. And it's not because it's a bad division. It's not because it's the NFC South. No, the AFC South is going to be pretty tight.
They were a fourth and goal completed pass away from Houston not even going to the playoffs.
Right.
Indianapolis.
Just last year, and everybody's in love with the Houston Texans, right? Man, I am so excited for this season. The NFL, here's kind of my question when it comes to the popularity, and we'll discuss this more coming up next. Every single year, I feel like there's another boost to the popularity of it. I don't know if there's ever a tipping point. They are so smart. We are complaining about a trip to Brazil. We are all going to watch it, and it's being talked about at nauseum.
It is.
Like, the NFL, I don't think will ever die. I want to dive deeper into this coming up next, okay? Because I have a lot of thoughts on it. But I want to get yours on it as well. It's
Andrew
Kincade
Salciunas. He's got a lot to say
I got a
about
lot to
Philly
say.
sports.
We'll talk to you some more about it coming up next. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
2 days.
I just have, it might just be a me thing. I want you guys to answer it as well. But I am more excited for this season, NFL as a whole, not just Eagles, than I feel like I have been in previous years. Like, I was fired up for the Eagles last year because it was after the Super Bowl loss, and I was ready to see them kind of hit the ground running again. I don't know if it's because I was, I'm forced to watch horrible Eagles football for the last 2 months of a season last year, which I don't think will be happening this year. I don't know if it's because I thought the play around the league wasn't so great last year, and I expected to be better this year. I don't know if it's gambling. I don't know what it is. But every single year, John, it seems like there's something added to the league where you get more excited for it.
The thing which I find interesting, because and I'm glad you didn't discuss this with us beforehand, that I find fascinating is you're saying you're excited for the NFL season as a whole.
Yes, like tomorrow night.
And
I'm salivating.
Oh, I'm very much
Ravens
looking forward to that
Chiefs
match.
To start a game, to start the league.
But I got to tell you, is the beginning this week, the beginning of every year, I'm just hyper-focused. My excitement and everything is just hyper-focused on what I think the Eagles are going to do.
And you know what?
Like, I don't have my mind, and I usually have bandwidth for nonsense, as you well know. I don't have the bandwidth this week to do anything but just be excited about what the Eagles are. You're looking at the whole product as a whole, and I got to tell you, the case you make is very strong. It's just, again, I can't even think about the whole league. All I'm thinking about is, damn, I'm so excited to see the Birds.
But you know what's maybe part of it for me is the fact that they're Friday night, so they're by themselves.
Which is fun.
Like, I'm excited for Sunday. And the Eagles aren't playing.
Sunday is going to be glorious.
Because we're done. Like, hopefully,
you get a win.
A 1-0 start.
Then you're watching Cleveland, Dallas for Tom Brady's debut, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's just another thing you can be excited about. And you're watching that one, and you're just rooting for Dallas to get their teeth kicked in and have a loss.
Right.
Have an early season loss.
Even though I don't think that happens. I think the Cowboys cover. Or win outright. But do you have any hypothesis as to why I'm feeling this way? Do you feel this way? Like, I'll ask you, Connor. I know you're excited for the NFL. We were fired up on Monday when we came in here, Labor Day, right? Some of us worked.
Yeah,
right.
Some of us
came in and worked on Labor Day Monday.
Fools.
And the first thing you said to me when you walked into the building was like, "It's football week." I probably would have said that last year, the year before that, I say it every single year when football's around the corner. I just have an extra sense of excitement for this year. I don't really know what it is, dude.
Yeah, dude, I'd love to be there with you. I don't know. I'm on the same level I am every year. I don't really I know what you're saying about the product.
I thought it was bad last year.
I agree with you.
I watched every week, Thursday night, the Saturdays when Saturday games were back, Sunday from 1 o'clock till midnight. I watched every game that I could possibly watch, and it wasn't great.
Yeah, but we weren't going into last year's season like this is going to suck. Like, a lot of quarterbacks got hurt and everything.
I think this year will be better than last year. I think that might be part of the reason why I'm fired up.
I go into every season with the same type of excitement for it because you don't know. It's the unknown. So I don't know. The Eagles, it's different every year. The NFL itself as a product, I'm pretty much the same regardless of the season. Hey, I'm excited football's back. But that's where I'm at. I don't have this whole, I'm super excited compared to previous years about the NFL product.
And I don't know if it's because of the schedule. Like, again, tomorrow night, Ravens Chiefs, that's a great game. Friday night, Packers Eagles, that is a great game. Forget that you're an Eagles fan for a second. That's a great game where the NFC, it's a big storyline for the NFC playoff picture in week 1, mind you. You mentioned the Cowboys-Browns, the Tom Brady thing, but that game itself should also be really good. Rams-Lions is Sunday night. That should be a good game.
That's going to be a great game.
Jets-Niners should be a great game Monday night. Then you go to Thursday, week 2. You start off with Bills-Dolphins. Like, that is another great game. Do I think the Bills take a step back this year? I've been saying it since for weeks now.
I think they will.
I looked at that depth chart yesterday. It's hard. Like, dude,
horrible.
I don't think it's a good team. I
didn't let you get horrible out. You were going to say
maybe
horrible.
I shouldn't say horrible. It's not as good as previous years for the Bills. I don't think they're winning that division. I really don't.
I don't either.
They might not finish second in that division. I'm not 100% sure. But that's your
we're
Thursday
do that
night
tomorrow,
game.
though, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because you got to come up with facts by tomorrow.
Right.
But yeah, like week 2, there are only 2 good games, dude.
That's not true. It depends on how you look at it. Bengals Chiefs is another great game.
Exactly.
Falcons Eagles for us.
Well, you can't sell me on Falcons Eagles.
All right, I'll sell you on Bears Texans. Caleb Williams is first. Dude, I know you don't.
You're just talking about
storylines, everything. Like, I know you're down on the Texans and Caleb Williams.
I'm not down on the Texans. I just think the Texans are being a little overhyped.
Okay.
Little overhyped.
This is Caleb Williams' first nationally televised game against a Texans team that a lot of people think highly of. Like, I don't know what you mean by there's only 2 good games.
Okay, sure. A rookie quarterback in his second game against the guy who everyone's like anointing as like the next great thing in the NFL. That should be a blowout.
That's a great storyline game.
Sure, but
there's
I don't know
a single storyline, but it's not a great game.
I could see the Texans winning that game by 30.
Wow.
I don't know. The
Bears defense wasn't that bad last year, dude. Justin Fields was just trash juice.
The Bears franchise always finds a way to embarrass themselves. They do. So I don't know. Like
the Caleb Williams juice.
I think Caleb Williams is very good.
It is being. I mean, people are guzzling it down.
I'm not trying to kill you.
I feel you're not on my level right now.
I'm not. I don't know.
Football season's tomorrow, brother. I need you at my level.
Listen, I am on your level, but I'm on this level every year. I don't know why you're looking at this and you're saying like, oh, this year is such a more hyped up year for the NFL than it is for anything else. Do you want the music? You're tooling around
there.
Over
it is. That's the first time I had a drop in here.
Yeah, we have not had a drop. Yes.
I'm got there.
By the way,
I'm there.
This is art.
If I put you, this to me always seems to be number 1 seed, but there's something about the Sunday Night Football dun, 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 that has its own.
I got these all. I got the old drop board up here, baby. Come on, man. By producing,
there's something about Sunday Night Football.
Look who's producing the show right now, Connor.
I don't want to listen.
There's something about the Sunday night theme that I think is almost rivaling that Fox theme now.
I love the music.
The CBS
I love
one
football.
sucks.
Stop
CBS
trying to paint this as like a...
CBS is just terrible.
What else I got on here? Here you go. You like this one,
No,
John?
I hate that.
Okay, we're taking the board away from you. You've lost
take that
board
away.
privileges.
Oh, man.
No, it's off.
Go on.
Dancing
It's turned
on my
off.
own.
You're getting too distracted.
I'm just so
wow,
glad.
you turned me off?
I am so glad, by the way, and I do love my baseball team. The fact that they didn't go back to that horrendous song when they were struggling, going, you know what we need to do? We need to bring back that horrible song.
You know, the first game they win the playoffs, that baby's being belted across
I don't
Citizens
think they're
Bank
doing
Park.
that.
Oh, the people will do it. Bleep it. I'll go a cappella. How about that?
Legend of 2 losses.
What movie,
so it's
John?
good.
You don't know.
Is that
8 Mile? Come on, man.
Oh, is that the rap movie? Yeah, with
The Rabbit, baby, Eminem.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
Great
All right.
actor of his generation.
All right, what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Bro, I don't even know at this point. What are we even talking
Well,
about?
I'm fired up. I need you on my level, man.
I'm on your level every year with
telling you,
football. I'm excited for football.
I'm like doing a
Dude,
show
he
this
did
morning
something
with Sideline Sirianni this morning.
Yeah. I
mean,
don't know what it is
seriously.
that you're seeing about this football season, but like,
What do you mean? Dude, there's so many great storylines.
there are every year.
Right,
It's
no, but it's
football.
more. It's more. We'll talk to
That's a
Shefty
you
about
thing.
it. We'll talk
That's
to
a you
Shefty about
thing.
it at 8 o'clock,
I
brother.
guarantee you that's a you thing. We've got some text on the
Yes.
temperature with Jalen Hurts conversation.
Okay.
Anthony in St. Pete checks in and says, the tempo on Jalen should be always waiting and seeing. He had one very good year in 2022 and one below average year with last year. With a new coordinator and added responsibilities at the line, the only answer is wait and see.
He didn't have a below average year last year. That's completely false.
Statistically, he was good last year.
Statistically, he was a top 10-ish quarterback. That's not a below average year.
Right.
That's false premise.
And that's why in all these...
You got to do better down there in Florida. Got to do better.
Yeah, but if I get what he's saying. If you watch but then again, he watched closely to the Eagles.
Okay.
Again, part of my excitement for the rest of the league this year is I think all these quarterbacks that struggled last year have a better year this year. I don't think I'm complaining about the product as much this season. But Jalen Hurts statistically was still a top 10 quarterback last year.
He was.
But if you watched it closely and just the Eagles, you know there are a lot of people
You
that
were
are
disappointed.
There
You
are
were
there are
disappointed.
Eagles only people,
Yes.
right? There are people that only watch the Eagles and don't watch anything else, and they would think that maybe Jalen Hurts wasn't that good last year, even though statistically he was a top 10 quarterback.
That would be a dumb thing to think.
All right, what else do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, we have Sean from Levittown checks in about the NFL and the excitement. And he says, regardless what happened the year before, I'm always going to be excited about football returning. Me too, Sean. That's okay. I see the Eagles going 12-5 and Jalen Hurts returning to 2022 form So I do believe the temperature is high on Jalen Hurts for me and the fan base. See us making it to the Super Bowl.
So am I just prisoner of the moment right now?
Yes, very much so.
I think you are.
Because I don't know. I don't. I'm trying to remember who was Andrew Salciunas 1 year ago.
No, what's funny is you don't. What's odd about this, and I think it's why Connor and I are both looking at you this way. This isn't usually you.
No.
You do not tend to be prisoner of the moment person at all. And I'm shocked at your looking at this year as like it's some unicorn.
Yeah, right?
NFL
Like,
season.
I don't see it at all.
I don't either.
I've given you my reasons. Like, I thought, again.
Like, I think the NFC is top heavy
You saw it
and
differently
weak.
than I did.
Right.
I thought the product sucked last year.
Right. No, I didn't think it was a great product. I thought that was more due to injuries.
Yes.
Than anything.
And I think everything's better this year. Like,
Okay, so last
I can't
year,
wait.
let's say the Lions are poised to be in a playoff position for the first time in however long in their franchise history. Detroit, a starved fan base, has a chance
win a
with
division.
a talented team. You've got the question of what's going on in the American League, the AFC East, with Buffalo can't make it over the hump. Miami, Tua's got his weapons. Oh, and by the way, Aaron Rodgers is now in New York with the Jets. Can Patrick Mahomes repeat, and can the Chiefs become a true dynasty?
And Tom Brady's gone.
Can the 49ers find a way over the hump? Can they overcome what happened in the NFC Championship game? By the way, can the Eagles overcome the heartbreak of the 2022 Super Bowl?
You could have done this same show a year ago, and for some reason this year you're more...
Well, because I think it's also the way the season played out across the league.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
now excited for
that's
more
not a
this
fair
year.
comparison, dude. We're in ahead
It's
of
my comparison. I'm allowed to compare it any way I want.
No, you can't, dude.
Yes, I can.
We're not allowing it. No, we're not allowing it.
You're not allowed to compare it the way you want because you can't look at what you saw at the end of week 17 or week 18 last year and compare it to how you feel ahead of
not
week
18.
1.
It was
Opening week.
18 weeks.
Okay, I got you. And in 18 weeks, you know what could happen? A bunch of quarterbacks could get hurt, and we could be watching
Yeah, you're
Tommy
right,
DeVito
but I'm
again.
talking about my feelings today.
Yes, you had
Yeah,
these
but
feelings
these
last
feelings
year.
last year you had
I
them.
think I have them more this year than last year. And I literally said it might be the new time in my life. I'm now hosting a morning show with John
Could
Kincade
be.
and Connor Thomas. Maybe
be.
that's what it is. I don't know.
Don't try and butter us up to get us on your side.
But all I know is I think I feel a little bit more this year than I did in years past. I want to know if other people are that way or if I am just prisoner of the moment.
When Connor and I are ganging up on you,
You guys are usually wrong.
Then
You can text in at 610-632-0975. Don't forget, Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock. I'll ask him about this as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll get to more of your text messages before Shefty. Coming up next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
Eight o'clock, 11 minutes from now, the great Adam Schefter will be joining us. And then following the great Adam Schefter is the OK Connor Thomas.
I'll take it.
With today's headlines. You were great until you basically told me you weren't a football guy and you weren't that excited for this season.
I didn't say that at all.
I can't rip on you ripping on Connor after what I did to young Brendan.
Yeah,
Connor.
you basically called him a dope.
Can't we all just be friends for this week?
Now, I know
football?
that Connor had a better SAT than me. I don't know. Brendan may have beaten me.
I probably had the lowest of the group, and
1160.
I'm okay. I don't know what mine is.
You,
dude.
so then you did it the lowest.
I literally don't know what mine is.
I had 960
I put my name
the
on
first
the
time
top.
I took it.
I don't know. See, we had the 3-part score.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's right.
you did
Ours
that
was
one.
different.
Mrs. Berner asked me if I was having problems at home. Because
Mrs. Berner?
Mrs. Berner.
Was she having problems at home?
She was awesome. She was absolutely awesome. Mary Berner. She was absolutely awesome.
Damn right, man.
Love Mrs. Berner.
Love you, Mrs. Burner. All right.
Sorry for the joke.
What do we got on the text line, Connor? Here's what we're talking about today. Speaking of Burner, the temperature check on Jalen Hurts, where we're at with Jalen Hurts entering the 2024 NFL season, you personally. The Eagles' schedule, John sees 3 toss-up games, 11 borderline lock wins, and 3 games that he feels comfortable saying the Eagles will probably lose. So that's 11-3 with the 3 toss-ups. You probably win a couple. All of a sudden, you're 12 or 13.
And of the 3 guaranteed losses, they're probably going to win one of them. And of the 11 guaranteed wins, they're going to probably lose one of those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And so
that's the way
even
it
out
works.
probably around 12 to 13 wins, is what we've been
absolutely
saying.
Fine. I have told you I did 10.5 and 11.5. I bet over on my BetParks app.
Yep.
And the other day I got ballsy.
And you went 12.5?
Over 12.5. Just with a smaller wager, though. Not Billy Big Balls.
But
take a flyer. Why
it's
not?
a nice payout.
Yes.
All right, and then, of course, the latest thing that I brought up was the question about the popularity of the NFL and your own personal excitement heading into this season. I'm on one today. I don't know if it's previous nights still carrying over. I don't know. But I'm on one today. I texted you guys this literally last night.
You did.
Sober. At the time,
It was.
I texted. That was during bedtime. This is truly how I feel. So I want to know if people are chiming in on that as well on the text line at 610-632-0975.
So no name on this text here, but they bring up, and this is interesting, Andy. I'm going to need you here. This is
Okay.
going to be like the newlywed game because I think I know what you're going to say to this.
That's an old reference.
People know what it is.
Yeah.
It's not that old.
That's an old reference.
The text reads, Jalen Hurts gets the most hate out of any Philly star. People will bring up anything to take away from the fact that he is a winner. All he knows as a starter is the playoffs.
All right, so this is interesting. So that's true.
Yes.
Do you believe he was a winner last year? I'll ask that texter.
Yeah.
The last 2 months of the season, and don't say he wasn't the problem. It was the rest of the team. He was a part of the problem. Year one, again, they benefit. And this is not me trying to take anything. I'm not hating on Jalen Hurts. He has done the playoffs all 3 years as a starter. Year one, they were 5-7 and benefited from Foreman Mills, or whatever the hell his name is, the quarterback for the Giants. Who was the neck guy?
Oh, Davis Mills.
Davis Mills.
Foreman Mills.
Foreman Mills.
Davis Mills the third, by the way.
Was
Put
that
some
the Ben
respect.
Franklin Mall?
Yes.
The bad mall?
That guy sucked. Mike Glennon, he sucked. The Commanders literally had to play, I think, wasn't it Kyle Allen, the 4th string
They
quarterback?
put a lot of guys with long necks.
Because
that
they had all the COVID issues. The Eagles benefited from that last 4 weeks because of a lot of other circumstances. But to their credit, they did win the football games. Hurts was spectacular in 2022. Not so much last year, and neither was the rest of the team.
The answer we were looking for was all he knows is a starter in the playoffs. Who is Joel Embiid?
Well, yes, I was going to get to that because Joel Embiid's hated more in this city than Jalen Hurts. And
It's not even close.
yeah,
It's not even close because one guy has delivered more.
Yeah, no, that's undebatable,
Yes.
undeniable. And Joel Embiid has been in the playoffs as a starter every year, basically.
But
If Jalen Hurts had lost the Giant playoff game, then he would have been.
Yeah,
that would
right.
have been.
Exactly.
But I'll say this, dude, and again, this might be a beautiful thing. I don't know. That dude was loved when Wentz was the starter, Jalen Hurts. There were people that loved the pick. Like there were people buying.
There were people who did.
Bought Jalen Hurts jerseys early on. So I think Jalen Hurts is not the most hated athlete in the city.
No, not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close.
You can ask Donovan McNabb what he thinks about that. All right. Coming up next,
Number 5 will always love you.
Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock.
I have a question he's not going to want to answer.
Yeah, I'm excited. You told me about this during the break.
I'm hiding this question, but it's a question I have to ask him.
And we'll talk about the Brazil discussion, obviously, that's been going around the NFL and, of course, the Eagles. And the NFL popularity question. I'm wondering if I'm just crazy, which I probably am. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. is a hoodie and shorts day today. We have reached that time.
You
this is
love
my
the hoodie
prime.
and shorts.
Maybe that's why I'm excited for football season, because it's hoodie and shorts weather, Johnny. Maybe that's what it is.
I think that could be it.
By the way, coming up, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas around 8:15. And later this segment, I'm going to tell you about something awesome that we're going to be doing throughout the football season. So I'll explain more coming up in a little bit. But let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Comcast Business gets you ready for what's next. He is brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. From ESPN, he does a tremendous job, as we know. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
Andrew, John, and happy week 1.
All right, I'm glad you said that. John and Connor were looking at me like I was taking crazy pills, which I may have been. I'm not 100% sure. I am ecstatic for tomorrow and for this NFL season, not just the Eagles, this NFL season. Is there something, you get it every single year. You're excited every single year. I'm excited every single year. But I have more excitement for this season, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I was disappointed a little bit in the product last year, despite the rating still being great, and I think it's going to be better this season. Do you have any sort of feeling about your own personal excitement for the 2024 NFL season?
I just think it's always high. I don't know that I can compare it one year to the next. It feels like for you, Andrew, that it's the most exciting only because it's this year. And I would think that you may have said the same thing last year, and you will probably say the same thing next year.
Probably.
I just think that every year you get excited this time. Like, we got the Thursday night opener, then you got Friday night, your Eagles in Brazil. I got my fancy football draft tonight. Do not disturb during my draft. I get fired up for that every year. And so there's just a certain routine to it. The kids are going back to school. The weather is as nice as it gets right now. It couldn't be any more perfect. You got football that's going to be filling up the next 4 or 5 months on the weekends. So it is exciting. It's fun. There's a lot to look forward to. It's a part of our lives, really, is what it is. And so we're getting back to that part of our lives, which is what I think many of us, not all of us, but many of us look forward to.
3 of the Eagles' biggest names, Brown, Smith, and then, of course, Darius Slay, speaking out saying they're not thrilled to be going to Brazil.
Yeah.
Do you understand it? And more importantly, did you see Darius Slay offered an apology last night? I can't believe he apologized. I didn't see any lies detected in anything he said.
Well, my guess is, and I don't know this at all, but my guess is the league is going there, and Brazil is hosting the Packers and Eagles, and Brazil, I'm sure, is going to be rolling out the red carpet and trying to do as good a job as they can, and they don't want anybody criticizing them. Even after that initial Darius Slay video ran, I had Russell Okung, the former offensive lineman in the NFL. I don't know why he felt personal about this, but he did. He's like, hey, man, I've been to Brazil a bunch, and it's beautiful there. People have no idea. Now, the fact of the matter is, it's not a vacation anyway. What does it matter if you're going to Brazil or Jacksonville or LA?
I'll tell you.
Tennessee?
I'll tell you why.
Right?
Because before the Eagles go to Jacksonville and Tennessee, they don't have to have an NFL security briefing telling them to stay in their hotel rooms and it's not safe. That's the difference, Adam. That's the difference. They're being brought to a place where they're being told you're not safe to walk the streets.
Well, guess what? They're not going to be walking the streets. They're going to be. This is a business trip, the same way that any road trip is a business trip. You know what? Get on the plane for 10 hours, watch some movies, take a nap, rest up, get ready for your opener Friday night. What? Yeah, by the way, you want to walk the streets of Brazil? Go back next spring.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this: when the Eagles or any other team goes over to England, do they not walk the streets? Do they not take in the local culture? Is that not part of a trip overseas for NFL teams? Isn't that supposed to be part of it?
Different trips bring different experiences.
Why? Because it's not a safe environment, Adam. Come on.
When they go to Brazil, when they go to England, most of these teams, not all, they wind up going for 5-6 days. This is a 2-day trip. This is in and out.
And why is that?
Well, because it's week one.
It's week one. And it's also not what place that they want to go for 5 days.
Okay, fine. By the way, like the story I told is ESPN would have these games in Mexico City on Monday nights. I had all kinds of security. It's the only time that I have, like, security taking me in and out of the stadium, taking me to cars.
Exactly.
And what was freaky about that was when I was in Mexico City, security walked me to the car, and somehow I lost security, and there were a bunch of drivers in cars, and all of a sudden some guy goes, hotel, and I go, yeah, and I get in, and 3 minutes into it, I'm like, oh my, what did I just do? And I start texting the production coordinators, and my heart was racing, and I was panicking, and I'm like, oh my God, I got kidnapped. Oh my God.
It's the truth. It's a scary thought.
Yeah, but you know what? Like you said, they're going out for a business trip. They're going out to hopefully win week 1. Now, I want to ask you this, Shefty. I understand why they try to, spread to international waters and, they want to spread the popularity of the league. The one thing that bothers me is that this is a big game, Eagles-Packers. You had the GM of the Packers on your podcast, and he's thrilled that they're not playing at Lincoln Financial Field.
Yes, he is.
Could this be something down the road where they go, next time it'll be Eagles and Giants and not Eagles-Packers when it has some meaning to the NFC?
Well, I think they're not going to make the Eagles give up another home game anytime soon, if that's what you mean.
Well, not the Eagles. I'm saying in general. The next time there's an international schedule that comes out for next season, are they going to make it a marquee matchup like this where there's legitimate playoff, conference standings or divisional standings where home field advantage does matter in that specific game? Do you think that could change, or would they rather send out 2 better teams for the betterment of the product so that they can grab more of an audience internationally?
I think this is done on a year-to-year basis, but I will just say this. I believe the league is determined to grow the game internationally. And whatever it takes to raise the profile of the NFL in places like Brazil and London and Germany and every other place they play, I think those places, it will not surprise me if they get more and more marquee matchups, because one of the league's priorities is to grow the game internationally. So if that is the case, you're not giving them the Arizona Cardinals versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, for lack of a better thought. Two smaller markets that don't have
we're losing Shefty. We're gonna put Adam on hold, and Connor's gonna try to clear up that line. I mean, that's my biggest thing. I get why they're doing it. Not that I think they necessarily have to. I understand why they're doing it.
Be there.
But to what Adam was saying, maybe that is the reason why it's this game out there, because they would rather put the best product out there. All right, we got Shefty back. Sorry about that, Adam.
Yeah, I don't know where you lost, but that is what I think they're doing. And again, I'm not trying to pick on teams like the Jaguars or Cardinals, but their history and tradition is not as long and storied as the Eagles and Packers. And so I don't think it's accidental that the league gives 2 marquee teams in 2 marquee markets to Brazil. Like, that would not be what Eagles fans want. They want the Eagles in the link, and they want to be able to cheer for their Eagles and boo the Packers, and again, all the things that Brian Gutekunst talked about on the podcast of them not being thrilled about going to Brazil, but it's better than having to go to Philadelphia. So, to me, the league is going to do what it has to try to take whatever steps it can to grow the game internationally, because that's become a priority for the National Football League.
3 different pieces written this week by guys who either are columnists or cover the Eagles about how Nick Sirianni is, quote, coaching for his job. So I had a question for you, because we've talked about it before. If Howie Roseman was fired by the Eagles at the end of last season, I think we talked about it before. He'd be unemployed for what, 5-10 minutes?
Yep.
Somebody would give him a job. If Nick Sirianni had been fired, would he have gotten a head coaching job?
Well, I'll just say this. Bill Belichick didn't get one. Pete Carroll didn't get one. Mike Vrabel didn't get one.
Yeah, that's what that's why I'm wondering. Do you think Sirianni would have been a hot commodity or looked upon outside of this city as a hot commodity?
Coming off a year like that, The answer to that would be probably not. Certainly not a hot commodity. Would he have gotten interviews? I think he would have. Would he have landed a job? Some of the finest coaches in the game couldn't.
Yep.
So I would say probably not. Probably not, but you don't know. All it takes is one, and there are coaches that get hired right away. It does happen. So I don't know how it would have played out, but all I know is that it was a difficult year for a lot of coaches to get jobs, and show me where he would have displaced one of those coaches. The Chargers were set on hiring Jim Harbaugh. The Falcons were Bill Belichick until they shifted gears to Raheem Morris, who was incredibly popular in that organization. Trying to think of the other coaches who were hired last year, right up top. Dave Canales in Tampa or Carolina. Could he have gone there? Maybe he would have gotten a look there. That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me at all. New England was going to be Gerard Mayo all along, so he wouldn't have gotten there. Don't think it would have been Seattle. They wanted like some new, young, fresh blood. Again, chances are no. Chances are Tennessee, one with Brian Callahan, who they were enamored with right away. I could see where Nick would have, but it seemed like they really fell for Callahan because they were the first team out of the box to hire a coach, and they really liked Callahan an awful lot.
We're speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Sorry, Shefty. Jamar Chase, I want to ask you about this. You just mentioned your fantasy football draft is coming up.
Yeah.
A lot of fantasy football drafts are happening. How quick are you to draft Jamar Chase? Is he playing?
It's funny. I've got asked that question a whole bunch, over the last few days, and this is the answer I've given to everybody. Jamar Chase is one of the very best players in all of football. He is outstanding, and if there were no contract issues, he would be a top 3 or 4 pick, without question. Slam dunk, top 3, top 4, lock him in and load him up. But now you're getting that player, but you don't know what's going to happen with that contract. He may sign an extension today. Today is the Wednesday practice. Players who are not practicing on Wednesday often don't play on Sunday. But I'm not even concerned about Jamar Chase 1 week. If I were drafting him, I could live without him for 1 week. That's fine. Guys get hurt and miss a week. Hollywood Brown's going to miss a week at least. So that happens. The larger issue on Jamar Chase, if you're drafting him, is this. What if he doesn't get a deal done? That's my question. What if he doesn't? And they haven't gotten it done yet. Now, again, he might. He might get it done today. And if you take him in the first round, congratulations, because you got a top 4 pick at some spot, I'm going to guess between 9 and 12, 9 and 15, somewhere in that range. So that's a great value. The risk you take is that if he doesn't get a deal done, and by the way, for the record, I think the Bengals are going to try to get it done. I think he is crazy not to get it done. My guess would be that they figure out a way to get it done, but I will not be surprised if they don't. And if they don't, then you've got that issue hanging you over you all year long, to where you don't know when he's going to play, you don't know how much he's going to play, you don't know what's going to happen to him if he's got a sore shoulder or a sore knee, and how much he's going to play. Do you want that with your first pick in fantasy? That's risky, right? And that's why he's falling, I think, outside the top 10 right now, and where everybody's going to have to make a decision. Like, I was on the phone with somebody last night that took him at 16 in the second round. And I think they got to the second round, you know what? I'm going to roll the dice on Jamar Chase here, and the hope it gets done.
All right, quickly, are you a better amateur NFL general manager or NBA general manager?
Well, I've won War Room NBA championships in 3 of the last 5 years, and I've yet to win my first NFL War Room title, so I would say NBA for sure.
There you go, Mr. NBA, Adam Schefter. That's why we have him on all season long. Why it is. So we can talk about the Sixers too. Shefty, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy yourself tomorrow night, week 1, and of course Monday Night Football. Another great. This is part of the reason why I'm excited, Shefty. The week 1 schedule is ridiculous, and you get to do Jets Niners to start things off on ESPN. That's great.
Yeah, flying out to San Francisco on Sunday. And we'll obviously have Jason Kelsey making his debut on Monday Night Countdown. on Monday night. And then next week,
You'll be with us.
next week, we'll be with you, Jason Kelsey in Philadelphia.
We look
for
forward to
the
seeing
Eagles.
you.
Well, who do they play? The Eagles versus who?
Falcons.
The Falcons.
Wow, that's it. That's very interesting. Okay, great. I didn't realize that. But Eagles Falcons week 2, Jason Kelsey, and we'll have some fun there that night at the Link. That'll be great.
You're the man, Schefter. We appreciate
Thanks,
it as
Adam.
always. We can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a
There you
great
go,
day.
buddy.
There he's Adam Schefter, the great Adam Schefter from ESPN, of course, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. And join us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. All right, it is 8:16. Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor? What do we got?
We got a lot of good stuff today. And we're going to start with something that I need a question. This is somewhat similar to your NFL popularity question. There was a pretty fast pitch thrown in Major League Baseball last night. I'm
Oh
not
my
sure if
God,
you saw
I
this,
saw it.
but Ben Joyce, gas.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. It was 105.5 miles an hour.
No way! 105.5? Are you kidding me? Yeah, they're kidding you.
All right, I get it. There's been talk that the guns have been juiced up a little bit.
I can't wait till Ricky Bo gets a hold of this later.
I know he's been talking about it for a while.
Everybody in baseball talks.
I had a conversation with Charlie Manuel about it actually in spring training 2 years ago. It's also they're catching it from a different angle.
Correct.
It used to be behind home plate. Now they're doing it right near the arm, and so obviously the release point comes out faster.
Then when it
because-
crosses the plate.
Right. But this dude, if it's not actually 105.5, is humming 102.
It's still gas.
It's still 102.
Oh, it's gas.
Like, this guy throws freaking heat. Ben Joyce does. And it's a shame. It's another angel.
Yeah.
It's another, like, all right, great. Nobody's going to pay attention.
Him and Mason Miller in the unimportant closers that throw
Yeah.
gas category.
But like,
well, let me ask you.
even Mason Miller, like, all right, the Athletics have had relevancy every once in a while because of winning.
Yeah.
The Angels' only relevancy has because they've had guys like Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on their team, and they don't win anything.
And it looks like Mason Miller may be switched to a starter for next year.
Well, he had the potential to do that,
Right,
which
yeah.
is why it was such an attractive thing. My question on that was, though, does velocity still intrigue you the way it did? I
Yes.
remember Aroldis Chapman stopped the world.
Yeah.
Like, does it still get you? Because it doesn't for me. Not the
Doesn't
same way.
for me either.
It does.
I don't believe the numbers at all.
Well, that's not
no,
it.
again,
Like-
Ben Joyce, if it's not 105.5, it is 102. Like, it's Billy Wagner. Billy Wagner
That's
was
right, exactly.
101, 102.
101, yeah.
Back in the old days of the legit, velocity clock. That stuff still amazes me. And I love now with today's technology, the home plate umpire view, camera view. Like, you watch that pitch come through and you go, how does somebody even foul it off? So it does still intrigue me. Movement intrigues me too, though, because there's a lot of it now in Major League
Much more of a
Baseball.
movement guy than a speed guy.
Okay.
That was not. We're moving on.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's go to some numbers that
Wasn't that
cannot
bad?
be disputed. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Labor Day, we had ourselves a little hot dog eat-off, boys. Kobayashi, Chestnut. 83 hot dogs from Joey Jaw's Chestnut.
I thought they were done. I
No.
didn't,
They
I didn't
did
even
a
realize this
private
happened.
special one. and-
Remember, he had the.
Oh, yeah, there was a dispute.
because he promoted a vegan hot dog,
Okay.
and Nathan's is the hot dog sponsor for the Nathan's hot dog. For
Oh,
So
okay,
they,
I get
they
you.
kicked him out. They suspended him. But I believe it was all a ploy because, like, literally, I think a day or two after he got suspended was when this Netflix thing all of a sudden dropped. And so it was a Netflix special where he went head-to-head with his old rival, Kobayashi.
You want to hear about a fever dream? Here's what Joey Chestnut said after the hot dog eating competition on Netflix, on stage, next to Rey Mysterio for some reason. I don't even know, man.
He has equaled his record. One more, and he is once again at the top of the dog mountain. We are in uncharted water here. It's Joey Chestnut.
So that was just the announcement of him reaching 83 dogs. I don't know. There were fireworks. Rey Mysterio was there. Kobayashi shaved his hair. It was weird, but it was awesome. And
Was it awesome?
yeah, dude.
Did you watch
Stop.
it?
Did you?
Well, I
didn't watch
don't
it,
tell me
so
people
you can't
pay.
say it was
People
awesome,
didn't
but-
pay for this, did they?
I didn't watch
There
Ben
were
Joyce
people-
throw 105.5 live,
true.
but when I see it, I say it's awesome.
There were people that were there, clearly. I don't find the intrigue
No.
I'll throw on the Nathan's hot dog contest, kind of, and then feel disgusted halfway through. I don't know why anybody would buy a ticket to that event. I get it, the Coney Island thing. It's like it's now an annual thing.
Well, also, you're at Coney Island, so
Right.
you can go and you can enjoy the day.
I don't know why anybody would go to a Netflix filmed special hot dog eating contest between two people.
I would go to that if it's Jaws. He's great. By the way, Brendan Gunn let me know he couldn't get anything post contest because Joey Chestnut couldn't breathe enough to talk.
No,
Really?
They each gained like 20 some
gotta have a
pounds.
coronary.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like unbelievable.
All right, coming up next, another national media member has the Eagles missing the playoffs. I'll tell you who.
Will it surprise us?
I don't think it really matters. It's just
Okay.
the fact that another person has the Eagles missing the playoffs. But I saw a great tweet that I want to read because it's spot on about the lack of explanation as to why. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Hey, by the way, don't forget FanFest. We are 24 days away from FanFest. Well, you are 2 days away from the next online ticket raid this Friday, September 6th.
Oh,
so this Friday,
so opening day of the
3:30.
Birds.
Yes, during the best show ever as you're getting ready for the Birds opener in Brazil that night. And, of course, you got the pregame show that day as well, myself and Bill Colarulo and Connor Thomas. But at 3:30, your next online ticket rate, if you haven't gotten your FanFest tickets just yet, check out 975thefanatic.com. It's all presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Now,
I will say, too, I'm not missing tomorrow morning at 10 when Charles Barkley joins Mike Missanelli.
Yeah.
That will be the spectacle it always is.
It's
a spectacle for your ears.
I've had the opportunity to meet Charles here a couple of times because of Mike bringing him in, and it is must-listen to radio.
Well,
so
you never know where it's going to go.
Yeah, you never know. But
you never know where it's going to go.
But it's always fascinating. It's always, 4 hours of it. Like, that's the thing. Like, 4 hours of Chuck.
It's going to be fun.
That's amazing.
That is
so
really
make
fun.
sure you're checking that out tomorrow at 10.
Do we get a San Antonio reference?
Ray already hit the drop yesterday when they announced it,
Hell
so
yeah,
I wouldn't
baby.
be surprised.
I wonder what the section of town Charles thinks is the equivalent of San Antonio here. When
I don't think we want to go into that.
I don't think he's going to say that while he's here in Philadelphia. He might not.
No, he will say that.
Yeah, he will. You're right.
I don't know if he wanted to.
All right, so coming up in a few minutes, I want to get into this the latest national media member that predicts the Eagles to not make the playoffs. And I saw a great tweet in response to it. But first, I want to let you guys know about something really cool that we're going to be doing during the show this season, during the football season. We're going to have a recorded line. You guys remember the wonderful days of Sound Off on the Mike Missanelli show. We're going to have a recorded line specifically for post-game reaction with the Eagles. Now, again, we're going to try to dictate this as much as possible, but I understand how we get on game day. We get ravenous, we get excited, and we forget about some instructions. So I understand that there will be some calls that we're not necessarily looking for, but this is what we want to do this year. We're going to want you guys to leave quick post-game reaction. 30 seconds to a minute of an Eagles win or an Eagles loss. You just want to scream, "Go Birds" into it? Go for it. You want to actually give some... if
you want to get it on air, you're probably going to want to give us something more than that.
Yeah, you're going to want to give some detailed reasons as to why the Eagles won or why the Eagles lost, because we get it. It's hard to wait on hold at times. Obviously, we are reading a lot more text messages than taking calls these days, but we still want to hear from the people, especially the day after an Eagles game. So if you can't make it live on the air, if you can't call live on the air during your commute to work, and I hope you're having a safe trip into work right now, if you can't call during your commute, we would love to still get some voicemails. Oh, by the way, it's a perfect start for us week one because we're not on the air the day after the game.
Right.
So your immediate reaction will be played on Monday.
And we'll hear about – that'll be interesting to review and see how everybody's, feeling.
So jot down this phone number. We're going to tweet it out. We're going to put it on the website. If you can't write it down right now or put it in your phone right now, but the number for you to call in to leave the voice messages, again, please don't call on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. It's only for post-game reaction. The number is 610-771-9759. 610-771-9759. It's going to be a staple of this show during the football season. Your opportunity to leave quick reactions following Eagles, hopefully victories, but also Eagles losses. It's like a recorded post-game show that will air during Kincade and Salciunas the following day.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It should be a lot of fun.
All right, so our old
wait, what are you, Ruben Amaro Jr.?
The home run call. Our old buddy, this breaks my heart because this guy used to be pro-Eagle all the time. Now I get it. He does a job to not be pro-Eagle. He does a job covering the NFL.
I'm wondering who you're talking about. I have no idea who you're talking about.
I have a guess.
Who?
Is he a former quarterback?
That's what I was wondering. A former quarterback.
No.
I was thinking Orlovsky.
He didn't play
I was guessing Orlovsky also.
No, Orlovsky's critical. He just, once he finds somebody to gush over, he will. We remember the days of Wentz. This is Kyle Brandt, who used to be
Kyle Brandt, okay.
pro. This guy used to do the speeches
Kyle
For the
Brandt
Eagles,
of
whatever show you
The
like,
Real
90210.
World. No, he was on The Real World, and then he was on Days of Our Lives.
There you go. Now of Good Morning Football.
Philip Kyriakis.
He put out his, God bless you, he put out his playoff prediction.
Yes.
He has the Cowboys winning the division,
Okay.
the Falcons winning the NFC South, the Rams winning the NFC West, and the Lions winning the NFC North. The Rams are all of a sudden like the sexy pick for a lot of people to win the division. I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
His wild card teams disgust me. Like vomit. Borderline. I might puke reading it to you guys. Clearly, as the 49ers, one of the wild card teams, with the Rams win the division, he doesn't think the 49ers have that kind of a fall off. But his other two wild card teams, Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals.
Yuck.
What? Okay, so the Eagles aren't in the playoffs, and the Cardinals are?
As well as Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears.
Whoa, wait a minute. I'm going to out-brand on this one.
Why?
He's a big Chicago guy.
Okay.
He's a Chicago guy. He's got Chicago bias. He loves the Bears. He loves Chicago. That's where that comes from.
He doesn't love Arizona, but he has them going to the playoffs, too.
Well, he was on Real World Chicago, too.
So
that's what I'll tell you.
I hear it's another person that covers the league, and I know he's not a insider or whatever. He's more of a personality on Good Morning Football, but the guy studies the league. Let's face it. He knows the NFL. He has the Eagles missing the playoffs. This is not the first person in recent days that we have seen give predictions where the Eagles don't make the playoffs. I can't see a scenario where they don't win the division, honestly, let alone not making the playoffs. But I saw a tweet. You guys know Real Mama Eagle? Probably seen her stuff on social media.
Absolutely
She's
awesome.
I saw her respond to the prediction with, I think, probably the best tweet in response to somebody thinking the Eagles have a continuation of last year's collapse into this year.
Okay.
She says, Eagles fans, myself included, can articulate why they'll be better than last year and why they collapsed last year. Why they'll be better than last year and why they collapsed last year. I've yet to see a good argument for the Eagles being worse or why they'll miss the playoffs. The only thing I see is, quote, they lost Kelsey, and ignoring his replacement won't cut it. She's spot on. Has anybody who has predicted the Eagles to either not win the division or straight up not make the playoffs give a legitimate reason as to why they won't? I haven't seen one.
No,
unless you think Nick Sirianni is a buffoon.
And again, I've done it to a few callers. I've done it to other people in the media that I know. I've quizzed them on. Can you give me 3 other centers in the NFL?
Right.
No one can. It is such an overblown storyline. Jason Kelsey was a huge part of this franchise. If anyone wants to lecture me on, his veteran leadership's going to be missed. Where was the veteran leadership last year? When the train went off the rails and was the worst collapse in NFL regular season history. So stop with that nonsense. Jason Kelsey's awesome. We all love him.
Yes.
But please, stop overstating center in the NFL. It's not as big as it's made out to be.
But then, seriously, so start thinking about it. Has anyone given a reason other than the Kelsey thing and other than maybe the continuation?
Nick Sirianni. A lot of people doubt. They think it because they have a lame duck head coach.
The guy who took less responsibility to give room to better coaches?
No. Well, but they look at it this way. Did he take when Nick Sirianni gave up play calling after 7 games into his NFL career? And I'm just asking you two. Do you believe he did that of his own volition? I do not. I 100% do not.
I don't really.
He's just hired for a job. He's just hired. First NFL coaching job. And 7 games in, it's like, no, I can't call plays. Somebody else has to call plays. He was told.
Okay.
Somebody else is
the only reason why I don't know if
but it was spun that he was like altruistic.
I don't know
and
if that's true, just because if you're Howie Roseman, you hired this guy to be this offensive mind. All of a sudden he's going, oh, wait, no, I actually hired Shane Steichen, the offensive mind. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I think he was told. I think he was told this year.
Oh, I believe he was told that.
Right, I don't know about year one.
Why would that put the Eagles in a worse spot?
Because I think he's a guy who has been virtually. I think he's made a lot of enemies.
Sure.
In the NFL,
That's
I think
fine.
he has a lot of people that don't dig him.
Yeah.
But what does
And
that mean
so
for
I
the
think
team
So I
itself?
think when people are making predictions
They think
about
it's
teams,
Sirianni.
they look at him and they go, "This guy is not up to snuff." When you got a coach playing chess, he's playing checkers.
Well, that's stupid because if you don't like Nick Sirianni, you should be happier with the Eagles' chances this year with him in a lesser role.
I don't know. I don't believe that is. I believe they look at it as a dysfunctional situation where everybody
Right, they look at that,
where
but-
everybody in the room knows that the head coach. There's no other team that I can think of that the players are walking into the locker room where they know the head coach isn't in charge. They know the head coach doesn't have the ultimate hammer. They
Yeah.
know the head coach has been taken to the SPCA and
Right.
have
But
your
if you
dog
have
spayed or neutered.
coordinators that take care of business, doesn't really matter.
Right, if they're winning games. I mean, it's interesting. I want to think about this.
No, but this is winning games. This is the preseason prediction.
right.
I think that's why they think that way.
So
A lot
coming
of
up
them.
next, we'll get to your text messages as promised at 610-632-0975. But let's think about this for a second. What is a logical reason why the Eagles wouldn't make the playoffs? Because now all of a sudden, like, we've been trying to tell people why they're going to be great this year. And there have been Eagles fans that have pushed back. There's now media members that are saying they're straight up not making the playoffs, which I think is crazy. What is the actual reason why they won't make the playoffs? You can't even give me schedule. There's no gauntlet.
No, they have the sixth easiest quote-unquote schedule,
Right.
which, by the way, is a bogus stat,
I know,
too.
but still. So we'll dive into this a little bit more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, on this beautiful Wednesday morning. We're a day away, dude. Oh, come on. Did you turn down my drops? Come on. We're a day away, man. Dude, we got football back tomorrow. I need you on my level. I'm disappointed in you, Connor.
I was there.
I'm always excited. Like, okay, I'm always excited for the weekend. I'm always excited for vacation, but there's sometimes you're more excited than others.
You got to hear me out. I was there until you started to say that you're more excited this year than last year than the year before. Like, I don't know. I'm always excited. I love football season.
Man. There's something to it this year. I might get
opening night.
I might get 2024 NFL season tattooed on me. You know how some people do the premature champion, Super Bowl winners? I might just do 2024 NFL season.
Buddy, I'm excited for it. Don't paint me like I'm not excited for football season.
Who's the actor that wore the NFL hat?
Rob Lowe.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Rob Lowe's hat. You know what? No, I'm buying one. I'm gonna buy the NFL hat. Right. Oh man,
that's incredible.
I'm fired up for this year. It's disappointing.
I'm glad you're excited.
Oh, there's one on eBay for $18.
Well, you got to bid for it. I'm going to bid you up.
It's just got the NFL logo.
That's going to be an $18,000 hat by the time I get bid.
$38 on Fanatics. Come on, get the hell out of here. All right, so I want to get to the text line, but let's focus on this a little bit too. The tweet that I read from Real Mama Eagle.
By the way, she is ferocious.
She's amazing. She was tweeting out yesterday about how Kyle Brandt predicted the Eagles to not make the playoffs. Basically made the point of there has not been a single person, national or even locally, I don't think there's many people locally that have the Eagles missing the playoffs, that have given a real reason, a legit reason as to why the Eagles will miss the playoffs, other than Jason Kelce's gone. And then we have talked about a few people that brought up the dysfunction from last year and how it might carry over. But from a X's and O's standpoint, from a roster standpoint, I don't see it. The Eagles' defense clearly is not as good as the Eagles' offense, and it's not even close. But if the Eagles' offense is top 5, which we expect it to be, and the Eagles' defense can climb back into the top 20 and around middle of the pack, it's not even a question. This team's not only making the playoffs to win the division.
They were, and remember again, the Kansas City Chiefs won a Super Bowl 2 years ago against our Birds with a middle-of-the-pack defense. It got better as the year went on. And by the way, I expect the Eagles' second half to be better than their first half defensively.
Right.
I think it's going to be that kind of learning curve. It's not going to be smooth sailing.
Absolutely
from the beginning. Not when you're playing this many young players.
Which is why you and I are more patient with the defense instead of the offense.
Yeah, I'm not giving any of that Andrew DeCecco patience.
Yeah, the topsy-turvy
Can't wait
world.
to get him in here on Friday morning.
Yep, we're looking forward to it. All right, what do we got on the text line there, Connor? We'll check out the phone lines as well. It's 610-632-0975. Same number for both.
We have a couple of people checking in on the won't make the playoffs conversation. Danny from Port St. Lucie down in Florida.
All right, what up, Danny?
Says, we won't make the playoffs if we fail to get better on defense, especially third down coverage. Also, we won't know how the rookies, DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, will perform, so that's a question mark. 100% of the blame will be on Sirianni.
All right, so all this is fair, but as I've said a couple of times, and I'll say it again today in response to Danny's text, last year's defense was bad. This year's defense might not be elite, but I know there's upside with this defense. What last year's defense was who they were. Like,
yes,
we are who they thought they were, right? Like, did anybody, I know Zach Cunningham had a few good games, and I would joke around calling him the best Cunningham in Eagles franchise history. That was all tongue-in-cheek. When Zach Cunningham started playing poorly, was anyone shocked?
No.
Nah.
When Nicholas Moreau was just horrible, was anyone shocked? When the safety play wasn't good, was anyone shocked?
I will tell you though where I disagree. If this defense this year is really bad, I think that it's not. How are you going to put the blame on Nick Sirianni?
No, it's on Howie and his.
It's on Howie. It'll be on Howie, and it'll also be on Vic Fangio.
Right. It's not going to be on Nick Sirianni.
It's not going to be on Nick Sirianni. Yeah. I'm not going to be blaming Nick.
No,
not for that.
No, absolutely not.
No, you can't do that.
Let's go to Michael and Yardley. What up, Mike?
What's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Andrew, I'm just as excited as you are about the football.
But is there a sense of more excitement this year? Like, I don't know what it is. I might just be prisoner of the moment. But dude, like, I'm pumped up.
I think it's the hype around your team. I think that's bleeding into the hype about the season because you can't look at this team and not get excited about it. And I just wanted to call in and make this point. I don't think a win or a loss is going to be a good thermometer for the season as we look towards Friday. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't win, but I'm saying that I'm looking for something different. I'm looking for objectively different things than just a win or a loss.
That sounds wishy-washy to me, Michael. I'm shocked at you.
No.
Michael, that's hedging bets, baby.
I'm going to give you this. I'm looking for specific things like continuity, clean continuity on offense. The ball's being distributed. It's coming out of Jalen's hands quickly. We don't have some penalties like offsides or pass interference.
I'm looking for a favorite team. I'm looking for a favorite team that is one of the favorites to go to the Super Bowl to win their opening game that they're favored in.
But we have to understand the why, though. Why are they the favorites to do this?
Yeah, just tell me they won. Tell me they win the game. I don't want style points are going to do nothing for me on Saturday
Here's the thing,
morning.
Michael. We appreciate the call, man. Your phone's just breaking up, and I apologize.
It was like a Jiffy Pop.
It was yes. I love Jiffy Pop, by the way.
You do?
Yeah,
Really?
big fan. It's a fun little thing to do.
He is an old man.
I am.
You really are.
But, for
We're
the
an Orville Redenbacher.
continuity, there should be continuity, at least with the players.
I don't want to hear
the
anything
scheme's
about
different.
style points. Saturday morning, style points are going to do nothing for any one of us.
Win the football game.
Correct.
Win the football game. All right, coming up next, we continue all of our topics and also another quarterback ranking list, boys.
Oh, no.
We
I
get to
thought
go
you told
through.
us we were over these.
No, we're over on Friday.
Okay,
Tomorrow, we're done with quarterback ranking list. But this one's interesting because it parlays what happened last year, and this person is projecting this year.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a different spin. It's not just, here are my top 10 quarterbacks. So we'll go through that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 975 The Fanatic.
is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 9:01 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Coming up around 9:10, we will do our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter.
Can I just tell you, who was our last caller? I'm so sorry.
That was Michael Yardley. Coach
Hi,
Mike.
I'm going to tell you, I was very disappointed in the call. I don't want this. There's two kinds of people in town this week.
Okay.
There's the ones who played the stupid one-loss game during the when the schedule came out that picked this game as a loss.
That was me.
That are now doing the, you know what, though, now I think they're going to win.
Well, I told you from the very beginning
you
that
thought you might.
I told you the day the schedule came out, the Eagles will be 0-1, but come the week of the game, I'm going to be excited and I'm going to be a great radio host for you and not be Debbie Downer.
All the more example of why the win-loss game is the stupidest thing in sports radio. But other than that, too, it's now people doing if I see improvement, I'll be okay. BS. This is a Super Bowl contending team. I don't want to hear anything about, as long as I see some real good things out of the offense and see I'll be okay. No, I'm not going to be okay. I'm not going to be okay Saturday morning. This is a game you are favored to win. You're expected to go somewhere. This is a game you should win. I'm not going to feel better Saturday morning, and I'm going to tell you right now, you won't either.
No,
you're lying. No. You're lying if you say you will.
If they lose, we're going to be in a bad way.
Correct.
We will be.
And we're going to hear the same stuff about this team coming up on Monday morning. We will.
Right.
That people have been
continued.
Right, here it is.
Well, look, if they do lose, my first thing is going to be like, how does Sirianni respond here? Because I remember what Brian Westbrook said on these airwaves back in March.
Which, by the way, was incredibly insightful.
And he said, he's got to start off. They got to start off quick because if they don't, people will start turning to the people that were here last year.
And doubt creeps in.
Yes.
Doubt begins. It's human nature that doubt will creep in.
Yeah, and we don't want that at all.
B. West is a smart guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Smart guy.
All right. So I mentioned Adam Schefter's best 5 minutes coming up at 9:10. But I want to go through this quarterback list. Shockingly, another quarterback ranking.
Okay, I can't wait for this one.
But this one's interesting. Now, knowing you're going to read it too literally.
Okay.
And I say that out of love. It's the quarterback stock market.
Oh, no, I like this one.
Yeah, I know, but you're going to be like, I'm not going to buy Patrick Mahomes stock because it's
that's supposed to be. You don't buy.
Expensive.
You don't buy high.
Right.
You buy with the potential. Okay, go on.
So basically, what this guy did, Henry McKenna of Fox, he is predicting, but also basing it off of last season as well. So Patrick Mahomes is number 1, just to make it clear. All right, so here's what he writes. He says, here's the philosophy behind my rankings, which I'll be doing weekly this season. I don't believe in evaluating a quarterback in a vacuum. I don't want to imagine that Brock Purdy would look like in the New England Patriots offense or what Justin Herbert could look like in the Kansas City offense. I'm most concerned with how the quarterback is playing in his current situation, which, by the way, was set up around him with tremendous intention.
Okay.
I love that because
that's a good parameter.
Because guys like Chris Sims go, you can't have Jalen Hurts up high because he has A.J. Brown. He didn't pick those guys. Actually, He did recruit A.J. Brown, so he should actually get more points for that for recruiting.
And Saquon.
A.J. Brown and Saquon.
Well, wanted Devontae out of Alabama.
Yeah, he did. So, we should actually, give guys a little bit more credit. So he is Mahomes at number 1. But he broke it down to tiers, it seems like. He's Mahomes at number 1, and on the same tier, he has Josh Allen.
That's so stupid. I'm going to tell you right there. Immediately I start to tune out.
So he believes Allen's going to have a big season. I don't. I think Allen's still going to be good.
So he's saying the stock on Josh Allen is the same as the stock on Patrick Mahomes? That's just nonsense.
He wrote Josh Allen's only weakness is that Patrick Mahomes exists.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
All right. He's Lamar at 3, which Lamar should probably be at 2, but okay, Lamar's at 3.
No, but at least Lamar's in where he deserves to
be. Right. Now, this is all one tier here. So Mahomes and Allen was in a tier of itself.
Okay.
Then there's 3 quarterbacks. Lamar, Joe Burrow,
We're going to need to put the quarterback list on hold, boys.
What do we got?
We have some Birds injury news.
Oh, no.
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
You sound concerned. You sound concerned.
Per Jeff McClain, Eagles linebacker Devin White will not travel with the team and will miss Friday night's game due to an ankle injury.
Oh, wow.
So the side of the ball that we're already kind of like,
the position group that we're already kind of like,
Where'd this come from?
49 seconds ago, Twitter.
No. I'm saying it's like
I know.
It came out of.
Well, he was listed as limited yesterday with an ankle injury.
And it just came out the Eagles. All right, so the Eagles injury report. Devin White, ankle, did not participate, out. Isaiah Rodgers, A.J. Brown, Landon Dickerson, hand, rest, limited participant, full participant.
And I'm betting on Isaiah Rodgers, I told you.
They're all playing. Devin White, wow, that's
okay.
that
I got to tell you, and this is a bad. I feel bad. When Connor said injury news, I thought it was going to be somebody that concerns me much more.
I think that should concern you a lot.
Oh no, it should, but it's not as I thought it was going to be something where I would go, oh no. I honestly believe they can.
Yeah, look,
they'll be fine. They'll scheme around that.
I am bummed out because I want to see what he's got.
Correct. Yeah.
Because I don't know Devin. So I'm more bummed out than I am. Oh no. Does that make sense?
I guess.
I don't know who Devin White is.
Okay, well,
right?
you know who Zach Bond is. He's a guy who couldn't get on the field for the Saints. They can't play the position.
Yeah, but we don't know.
Well, no, it's not that he can't play the position. It's that he never played the position, and now they're going to have him play the position.
Possibly can't play the position, and now he's your top linebacker going into this game.
Well, my biggest concern is
Nakobe Dean. Does Nakobe Dean get exploited without somebody else?
Right. Because I'm not a big Nakobe Dean fan so far.
Well,
right?
he hasn't done anything to. You almost apologize when you say that. You're not being a jerk.
No.
You because he hasn't done anything to deserve you to be.
No, he has.
To deserve you to be all in. And I am all in on Nakobe Dean, and I hope that he can give it, but give us what we expect. But
that's a bummer. That's a
bummer. Though.
That's
that is a
kick
bummer.
in the nuts. A couple days before the first game, and it seems like it comes out of nowhere. Like I don't remember anyone really talking about Devin White and being banged up at practice. So that sucks. All right, so if you missed it, Devin White will be missing
Connor.
the first game Friday night.
I just read the tweet.
Out with an ankle injury. Hopefully, this is just a 1 week injury. Maybe it's one of these things they don't want him on the flight, the 9-hour flight, because they fly out. Do they fly out today?
Yeah, they fly out at 10:00.
Maybe
I told
they
you,
go
777.
Hey, let's keep you home. We got a long season. Not that you do that really in the NFL. More so, you would do that in like the NBA and Major League Baseball, but. Maybe that's part of it. At least that's my hope. I'm looking at this as optimistic as possible. They go, you know what? We don't want to subject this guy to the 9-hour flight, and then all of a sudden he's not necessarily ready for week one. I don't know, but that sucks. I'm more bummed out than I am than I am scared.
Okay.
I just want to see what he's got.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a quick turnaround from, hey, we really needed to improve this linebacker position, and he was the guy that you did it with, and now he's not available against one of the better offensive teams you're going to play.
It's not ideal, Connor.
Yeah, I don't look at this as a bummed out thing. Like, I look at this as a legitimate change in the way that you're approaching this football game.
Look, my original prediction was the Packers would win this game.
And now you've moved off that.
Oh, because I'm excited.
Or are you just saying it?
Because I'm excited. Either way, this is a shootout game. Like, I didn't think Devin White, I thought the Packers were still going to be putting up a lot of points. All right? So maybe that's why I have my mentality that I have. I don't think Devin White was going to go out there and get 4 sacks on Jordan Love and all of a sudden he's the best linebacker ever again.
It doesn't swing my thoughts that the Eagles will win this football.
Because they're going to put up points. That's what it's going to come down to is do they outperform offensively than the Packers?
I thought it was going to be an over bet game.
Right, exactly. There's going to be a lot of points.
You bet the over, and by the way, the over's way too low. It seems like a sucker bet, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but I don't know. Going into a game, your first game of the year, losing your number one player at your worst position group, that's a problem.
Hey, Nakobe.
Now's
your time.
Connor, I'm not downplaying what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that they were ever going to allow their game plan and their scheme to be too reliant
on Devin White.
I understand.
That Devin White was going to be. And that's where I'm at. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Devin White's going to be the guy that makes or breaks what they do.
Right. I think he's just better than what you have last year.
Correct.
And what you had last year was horrible.
We're excited to see him.
Horrible.
But
Yeah.
if this is one of those toss-up games, it doesn't have to be make or break.
Yeah,
It could
you
be
wish you had
slight
everybody.
difference.
No,
It could be one play.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be Josh Jacobs jukes Ben Van Sumeren out of his shoes because the guy that you wanted
just
to be your
runs over
starting
Ben Van
linebacker
Sumeren.
is back in the United States.
Could be.
All right. Well, we'll continue reacting to it as the show
Connor's
goes
a bummer,
on.
and we apologize.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Connor.
He's a wet blanket, and we apologize.
All right, we'll get more reaction to it, and we'll continue our quarterback list. But some big news there leading up to Week 1 for the Philadelphia Eagles that Devin White will be missing the first game of the season because of an ankle injury. If you want to react to it, you can on the text line and the phone lines at 610-632-0975. Earlier today, we were joined by the great Adam Schefter. Here's the 5 best minutes of it. From ESPN. He does a tremendous job, as we know. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
Andrew, John, and happy Week 1.
All right, I'm glad you said that. John and Connor were looking at me like I was taking crazy pills, which I may have been. I'm not 100% sure. I am ecstatic for tomorrow and for this NFL season, not just the Eagles, this NFL season. You get it every single year. You're excited every single year. I'm excited every single year. But I have more excitement for this season, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I was disappointed a little bit in the product last year, despite the ratings still being great, and I think it's going to be better this season. Do you have any sort of feeling about your own personal excitement for the 2024 NFL season?
I just think it's always high. I don't know that I can compare it one year to the next. It feels like for you, Andrew, that it's the most exciting only because it's this year, and I would think that you may have said the same thing last year, and you will probably say the same thing next year.
Probably.
I just think that every year you get excited this time. Like, we got the Thursday night opener, then you got Friday night, your Eagles in Brazil. I got my fancy football draft tonight. Do not disturb during my drafts. I get fired up for that every year. And so there's just a certain routine to it. The kids are going back to school. The weather is nice as it gets right now. It couldn't be any more perfect. You got football that's going to be filling up the next 4 or 5 months on the weekends. So it is exciting. It's fun. There's a lot to look forward to. It's a part of our lives, really, is what it is. And so we're getting back to that part of our lives, which is what I think many of us, not all of us, but many of us look forward to.
3 of the Eagles' biggest names, Brown, Smith, and then Darius Slay, speaking out saying they're not thrilled to be going to Brazil.
Yeah.
Do you understand it? And more importantly, Darius Slay offered an apology last night. I can't believe he apologized. I didn't see any lies detected in anything he said.
Well, my guess is, and I don't know this at all, but my guess is the league is going there and Brazil is hosting Packers and Eagles, and Brazil, I'm sure, is going to be rolling out the red carpet and trying to do as good a job as they can, and they don't want anybody criticizing them. Even after that initial Darius Slay video ran, I had Russell Okung, the former offensive lineman in the NFL. I don't know why he felt personal about this, but he did. He's like, hey, man, I've been to Brazil a bunch, and it's beautiful there. People have no idea. Now, the fact of the matter is, it's not a vacation anyway. What does it matter if you're going to Brazil or Jacksonville or LA?
I'll tell you.
Tennessee.
I'll tell you why. Because before the Eagles go to Jacksonville and Tennessee, they don't have to have an NFL security briefing telling them to stay in their hotel rooms and it's not safe. That's the difference, Adam. That's the difference. They're being brought to a place where they're being told you're not safe to walk the streets.
Well, guess what? They're not going to be walking the streets. This is a business trip, the same way that any road trip is a business trip. You know what? Get on the plane for 10 hours, watch some movies, take a nap, rest up, get ready for your opener Friday night. By the way, you want to walk the streets of Brazil? Go back next spring.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this. When the Eagles or any other team goes over to England, do they not walk the streets? Do they not take in the local culture? Is that not part of a trip overseas for NFL teams? Isn't that supposed to be part of it?
Different trips bring different experiences.
Why? Because it's not a safe environment, Adam. Come on.
When they go to Brazil, when they go to England, most of these teams, not all, they wind up going for 5-6 days. This is a 2-day trip. This is in and out.
And why is that?
Well, because it's week one.
It's week one. And it's also not a place that they want to go for 5 days.
Okay, fine. By the way, the story I told is ESPN would have these games in Mexico City on Monday night. I had all kinds of security. It's the only time that I have, security taking me in and out of the stadium, taking me to cars. And what was freaky about that was when I was in Mexico City, security walked me to the car, and somehow I lost security, and there were a bunch of drivers in cars, and all of a sudden some guy goes, hotel, and I go, yeah, and I get in, and 3 minutes into it, I'm like, oh my, what did I just do? What did I? And I start texting the production coordinators, and my heart was racing, and I was panicking, and I'm like, oh my God, I got kidnapped. Oh my God.
It's the truth. It's a scary thought. 3 different pieces written this week by guys who either are columnists or cover the Eagles about how Nick Sirianni is, quote, coaching for his job. So I had a question for you because we've talked about it before. If Howie Roseman was fired by the Eagles at the end of last season, I think we talked about it before. He'd be unemployed for what, 5-10 minutes?
Yep.
Somebody would give him a job.
Agree.
If Nick Sirianni had been fired, would he have gotten a head coaching job?
Well, I'll just say this. Bill Belichick didn't get one. Pete Carroll didn't get one. Mike Vrabel didn't get one.
Yeah, that's what that's why I'm wondering. Do you think Sirianni would have been a hot commodity or looked upon outside of this city as a hot commodity?
Coming off a year like that, the answer to that would be probably not. Certainly not a hot commodity. Would he have gotten interviews? I think he would have. Would he have landed a job? Some of the finest coaches in the game couldn't.
Yep.
So I would say probably not. Probably not, but you don't know. All it takes is one, and there are coaches that get hired right away. It does happen. So I don't know how it would have played out, but all I know is that it was a difficult year for a lot of coaches to get jobs, and show me where he would have displaced one of those coaches. The Chargers were set on hiring Jim Harbaugh. The Falcons were Bill Belichick until they shifted gears to Raheem Morris, who was incredibly popular in that organization. Dave Canales in Carolina, could he have gone there? Maybe he would have gotten a look there. That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me at all. New England was going to be Gerard Mayo all along, so he wouldn't have gotten there. Don't think it would have been Seattle. They wanted like some new, young, fresh blood. Again, chances are no.
You're the man, Schefter. We appreciate it as
Adam.
always. We can't wait to talk to you again next week. All right, there's our 5 best minutes with Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on our website, 975thefanatic.com. Again, if you're just tuning in, Devin White missing Friday's game. He's out with an ankle injury. Still don't know where this really came from. I wish one of the reporters would be able to say something, but obviously they're probably not talking with anybody yet. I imagine we get some information at some point as to why.
Because we won't get a tweet.
No, they're not flying out till, I think some of the
10 o'clock.
reporters aren't flying out till tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Reporters will be different, yeah.
So they'll get some information at some point. But yeah, man, it sucks. Devin White out week 1 already. I'm more just bummed out than I am like, oh my God, the defense is in trouble. But I get what you're saying, Connor. Like, this is going to be a shootout kind of game. You need any play that you could possibly get.
And we don't know what kind of an injury this is.
We have something interesting from Jeff McClain as well here, too. Another
Okay.
tweet following up on this. He says, Nakobe Dean was slated to be the Eagles' starting Mike linebacker before the team listed Devin White on the injury report on Tuesday, NFL sources said. Dean beat White out in camp. It's unclear what role the Eagles had for White, if any, on defense. Nevertheless, he wasn't on the plane when the team departed for Brazil.
So
Interesting.
That is interesting
I
also,
saw
yeah.
somebody tweeting out recently about the depth chart. Then I forget which reporter or somebody who has a podcast, and I just thought it was like an error on the website. Hand to God, I saw the tweet. Nakobe Dean listed as the starting, middle linebacker. And I'm like, all right, is that like a Aaron Nola opening day starter kind of thing, right? Where let's face it, Zach Wheeler's the better pitcher, but we'll give Aaron Nola the not. Like, I was wondering what that was.
You didn't
all.
understand the context of it.
But to that point that Jeff McClain just made, then they must have really thought that Nakobe Dean won the job as the starting middle linebacker. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Honestly, it may make me feel worse about Devin White than it does make me feel better about Nakobe Dean. Or Nakobe Dean is turning into the football player that you and a lot of people believed he would be coming out of Georgia.
He's the thing is, I know the player he was coming out of Georgia.
Right.
I have no idea the player he's going to be for the Eagles.
Does it translate into the NFL? Yeah.
find
so
out.
interesting stuff. So we'll react to more of that coming up next. You can text in. You can call in your response at 610-632-0975. We'll get back to this quarterback ranking list at some point in the next segment as well. But some breaking news for the Eagles. Devin White out on Friday, but Jeff McClain reporting that Nakobe Dean was always going to be the starting middle linebacker. We'll react to all of that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. Colarulo and Ray Dunn in the back there. They're coming your way at 10 o'clock for the Mike Missanelli Show.
Mikey Miss had the strong defense for Nicole Briscoe yesterday of SportsCenter. That was a horrible line of questioning.
It was bad questioning.
People a little overboard on the Nicole Briscoe just killing her. But that was her line of questioning. We do projects in my class. If my students did that, that would get you a failing grade.
Look,
her line of questioning was somebody, she wasn't paying attention to the Phillies game. She didn't have an intelligent question to ask.
Correct. Somebody should have given her some insight on the question.
I think she should know that they were going to the star of the game. They knew that before SportsCenter.
Yeah. Dude, my biggest thing is
been paying attention.
Look,
that was a terrible question.
But it
wasn't even a question.
It's the same thing. It goes back to the Jalen Hurts thing. When I forget who it was that asked how you feel about Nick Sirianni, and
how you feel,
and he laughed and didn't give an answer. Like, it's just, I get the question was bad. Just answer the freaking question. Like, well, if the thing is, like, I like Nick Castellanos more than most. Just answer the question. Like, you don't have to do the whole four-seam fastball. He was being a purposeful jerk. Yeah, so
which leads back to our put a bow on a conversation from earlier. That's why a lot of people can still root for him, but not like him.
That's a stupid question.
There's an arrogance about him. Oh, I don't go up with the plan. I don't study video.
Yeah, and it works.
I don't go up with a plan.
It's worked his entire career. It's made him a rich man.
It's made him a rich man. He's worked is a whole nother issue.
And worked against the Braves.
Dude, it has worked. Look at his career. It has worked.
Two-time All-Star, Major League level.
All right. A little bit of NFL news. The Denver Broncos. I see. These are these conversations that put smiles on my face.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos and Patrick Surtain have agreed on a 4-year contract extension. Dude got paid big time. $96 million extension, $77.5 of which is guaranteed. For the people that would drum up fake trades, trade A.J. Brown for Patrick Surtain because the Broncos don't want Patrick Surtain anymore. Did you actually know that?
No, they didn't.
Well, I was hearing.
Oh, I know you were.
No, you didn't hear anything. Patrick Surtain, they were not going to let that guy go. That kid is a stud, all right?
He's amazing.
And then the people in this city that made up fake trades to try to drum up conversation, this is why I say shame on you, and this is why I don't do that kind of stuff.
I mean, to me,
he was never going anywhere. And neither is A.J. Brown, the best receiver, arguably, in Eagles franchise history, who will one day, I believe, go down as the best receiver in Eagles franchise history, at least statistically.
And we swore to each other, the three of us, that we were not going to do those shows.
No.
We were not going to come up.
Would you train A.J.? No.
Would you be willing to trade the Eagles' best offensive talent for that? I mean,
yeah, but my fingers were crossed. We're moving Jalen Hurts week 3, boys. If they're going to.
Oh, yeah. We're trading it for who? Patrick Surtain?
Maybe. Is he available?
Does the money work?
I'll put it in the trade machine.
All right. Let's go to the phones here, and then I want to go through this Fox quarterback ranking list that we didn't get to because of the breaking news of Devin White, who will be out on Friday, even though he is no longer listed as the starting middle linebacker. Let's go to James in Harrisburg. What up, James?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Man, I am doing great. I just want to say that the Eagles are going to win, hands down, easily, I think, against Green Bay. One, because God don't hate me that much. You know, it's my birthday, and the Green Bay Packers is my wife's team, okay? And all week long, all I've been hearing is Packers this, Packers that, Packers this, in love we trust, blah, blah, blah. Listen, this ain't last year's team. This ain't last year's schedule. We don't have last year's coordinators. Yeah, I know we don't have Kelsey. I know we don't have Cox. They ain't the whole team. We were 11-1 at one point last year. You know what I'm saying? Before we fell off. You know, this team is still a beastly team, and we are still going to run it.
I love James. James, you are my spirit animal today. Thank you. Thank you for having some damn backbone.
And your birthday's on Friday?
Happy birthday early.
Thank you. One more thing real quick. Let me tell you something about Kyle from NFL Network. I watch that guy every day, and every year it's, Dallas is this, Dallas is that. And 3 quarters through the season, you know what he does? He throws a hissy. He kicks them through the curb. He says, I'm done with them. They did it to me again, blah, blah, blah. It's the same old noise with him. You can't trust that
Yeah,
guy.
you see, he's been a big Eagles supporter.
Yeah, thanks for the call, James.
He's been a big Eagles supporter.
He used to be a
over
big
the years.
Eagles guy, and now all of a sudden he's out of the family because we're not even making the playoffs according to him. And the Bears and the Cardinals are. Hell out of here with that.
He really good money, steady job. He was in a character that wasn't going to be written off or anything, and he quit to become Jim Rome's producer and literally have to write scripts so Jim Rome could do his talk show every day. He would write the scripts out for him.
Right.
And that's how he got into this industry, by doing that. He said, this is what I want to. He's very talented. And I'm just shocked when he says the Bears and the Cardinals, he loses.
It's crazy.
He loses me.
All right, so we got away from this because of the Devin White news. Again, Devin White out for Friday's game. Fox, this guy Henry on Fox put together a stock market for the quarterbacks heading into this season. He will do it weekly. He will update it weekly, so we can check this out as the show goes on, as the season goes on. But he has guys in the different tiers, and right now he is Mahomes and Josh Allen in the top tier.
Okay.
I don't see the Josh Allen thing, but he is projecting.
Jeez.
Even though I don't think Josh Allen has that explosive a season this year, losing all the weapons that he's lost.
I.
Like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, I'm pretty sure is one of his top receivers. Like it's not good.
No.
In Buffalo, but whatever. The next tier was Lamar, Burrow, and Rodgers. I do believe Rodgers, if his head is on right, has a good season this year.
I think he has a good season.
Do I believe he wins MVP? I'm not going that far.
No.
But they got, with Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson and a great defense that he'll probably be in good field position a lot. Like, I do believe Aaron Rodgers has a good season. Am I putting him as, like, a top 5 quarterback right now? No. But I can see why this guy has Rodgers in a tier with Lamar and Joe Burrow. Then he has Brock Purdy 6th on a tier of his own.
Is it the get carried by your weapons tier?
Maybe.
I mean, it's a.
I don't know. I know Brock Purdy probably deserves more credit than what we give him because of the Eagles-Niners rivalry
It's
thing.
okay. Is he a top 10 quarterback?
If he is, he's in the back end of it.
Yeah,
He's in
maybe
the
9
back
or 10.
I think he's in the back end of the top 10. I don't think he's that far behind Jalen Hurts.
He might not be that far behind Jalen Hurts, but he is behind Jalen Hurts in my eye.
No, I agree he's behind Jalen Hurts, but I don't think he's that far behind.
All right, the next tier is 4 quarterbacks.
Okay.
And he does do them in order. So at 7, he is Jalen Hurts. So he has Jalen Hurts as a top 7 quarterback.
Okay.
It's just he's behind.
Which nobody should be
No, that's good.
PO'd at.
Dak at 8, Stroud at 9, Tua at 10. Remember, we had the list yesterday where C.J. Stroud was 2nd.
Which is ridiculous.
This guy has him at 9. And this has kind of been the staple of this offseason when we've been talking about Jalen Hurts and quarterback play. I don't think anybody has an identical 1 through 10 list.
No, and I understand. As long as it's in
crazy.
the same, as long as people are in the same neighborhood, I don't take issue with any of that.
Then he's got Jordan Love, Justin Herbert in a tier of their own, and then Matthew Stafford and your boy Caleb Williams in a tier of his own, ahead of Jared Goff. He's Trevor Lawrence 15. Jared
I kind
Goff
of like
16.
this guy's list.
I got to tell you,
You like this list?
Besides the Josh Allen at 2, right? And then Brock Purdy ahead of Hurts. Those are the 2 things that I would change so far.
I mean, I don't hate this list.
No.
So I want to say forget the tiers for a second. I'll just go 32-1. Minshew, Wilson, Knicks. Young, Brissett, Carr, Jones, Darnold, right? These guys are all trash.
Minshew is better than Knicks right now.
Yes.
Knicks may be better in the long run.
Yeah, put some respect on Mustache's name.
Will Levis at 24, Anthony Richardson, Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith. Now you're top 20. Baker, Deshaun Watson, Jaden Daniels at 18, Kyler Murray at 17.
Jaden Daniels is 18?
Oh, he hasn't
Based
seen
on
anything.
what?
Oh, you're saying he should
Based
be
on
lower.
what?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how do you put him there?
He's also projecting.
Wow.
That is, again, this quarterback ranking is not based off of what has just happened. It's also what he believes will also happen.
I've said on the record, I'm not happy Jaden Daniels is in D.C.
Right. I just wonder how God, I guess he doesn't think that much of God for him to be at 6.
Jaden Daniels has no weapons. He has none.
He's got Terry McLaurin.
Yeah. They're gonna,
Jahan Dotson.
Everybody's gonna just blanket Terry McLaurin and say, kid, let's confuse you with defense. I don't think we're going to get a good eye about what he really is.
No, might not. Yeah, we might not. But there you go. There's another quarterback ranking list. Now, this guy's projecting. So he's also projecting still Hurts to be a top 10 quarterback. It's been all over the place with him. with Hurts.
It has been.
And that's kind of the unknown of him. We don't know. Will he be a top 3 quarterback again? He can. Will he be outside the top 10? He possibly could. If the turnovers don't get better. Remember, that was one of the biggest reasons why he fell out of his spot was the turnovers last year. All right, we got the Von C, Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 coming up in a few minutes. We'll get to some more of your text messages before we hand things over to the Mike Missanelli Show, which comes your way at 10 o'clock. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this beautiful Wednesday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time.
On Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We got the key three come up in a second, but an interesting tweet from Albert Breer, John, in response to Jeff McClain's report that Devin White will not be traveling with the team because of the ankle injury. Albert Breer quote tweets it and says there were murmurs that the Eagles could actually have traded Devin White before cutdown day. Apparently, Zach Bond and Kobe Dean both really good in camp. So fair or not, White missing the opener won't help his case for a big role in the defense.
Okay, but
so
they were gonna trade like their third depth guy. I mean, like their third linebacker.
Yeah, and like
then who was gonna?
And Connor said it during the break. What happens if Nakobe Dean, or maybe when Nakobe Dean gets hurt again?
Exactly. I mean, I don't.
Also, why did Devin White not play in every preseason game then? If he was so behind them,
right. Right.
I would tell you that maybe because they thought there was trade value for him.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, look, I know this. I think Albert Breer is of top integrity.
Yes.
So he got that from somebody.
I don't think he made that up.
So I think he got it from somebody. He's not a clickbait guy.
Yeah. I just find that I find that interesting. All right. It is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
What's the temperature check right now for you when it comes to Jalen Hurts? Now, again, John, we have talked about this numerous times. He is loved in this city, at least if you compare him to how other quarterbacks in the past have been treated.
I think the most loved.
Yes.
Most.
I think so, too.
In his tenure as Eagles quarterback, I think he has been shown the most grace, the most love. Now, he's done a lot to earn that.
Absolutely.
But so did Donovan McNabb.
Right. But
so did Carson Wentz early on.
And this could be a change of society. This could be. You know, Donovan McNabb was 20 years ago. And so kids my age who loved Donovan McNabb and didn't understand why he got so much hate, I go, well, why would I hate a successful player? Right? There might be people, I'm not trying to be an ageist here, John.
Okay.
There might be people that are your age that are still watching Jalen Hurts much more critically than other people.
Dude, there are people in my age group whose ages begin with a 5, who obsess and worship at the altar of
Buddy
Ryan.
Yeah.
And will rip Andy Reid as being a bad coach.
Right.
Buddy Ryan, who never won this city a damn thing.
Right.
Who was an absolute buffoon as a head coach.
And they still act this way. Yeah.
And they act like Buddy Ryan was like the greatest moment of their Eagles fandom. And Andy Reid gets trashed on.
Yeah.
So you absolutely correct. You're not being an ageist. What you're being is the evolution of this fan base. Because I promise you now, 20-somethings that were 20-somethings during the Buddy Ryan years,
yeah,
the 20-somethings of today aren't as dumb as the Eagles fans were when we were.
I don't want to say that.
I'm saying it because I'm one of them.
An electric night last night for the Phillies to come back, win 10-9 after being down 6-1. You go into the first inning, Kyle Schwarber, it's a leadoff home run.
And you said yesterday, bouquets. Well, you didn't say this was going to happen, but you said, I think he's going deep tonight.
I said leadoff home run.
You said, I think he's going deep tonight.
And
right?
I did not, but then he hit 2 more.
That was incredible.
That one I expect. But the Phillies go 1-0, and Tyler Phillips gets absolutely destroyed.
Okay,
Guy can't even get out of the first inning.
It was terrible.
And they score 6 runs, the Blue Jays do, and you go, all right, well, that sucks. We wasted a leadoff home run, and all right, this is going to be a carousel of fifth starters now, but
it worked last night.
Well, it didn't work necessarily for Tyler Phillips, but it worked for the Phillies. Coming back, winning 10-9. Kyle Schwarber with 3 home runs and 6 ribbies yesterday. Just an absolutely electric game for the Phillies yesterday, coming all the way back and winning it from ESPN. He does a tremendous job, as we know. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning. How are you today?
Well, guess what? They're not going to be walking the streets. This is a business trip, the same way that any road trip is a business trip. You know what? Get on the plane for 10 hours, watch some movies, take a nap, rest up, get ready for your opener Friday night. Like, by the way, you want to walk the streets of Brazil? Go back next spring.
You sound concerned.
Per Jeff McClain, Eagles linebacker Devin White will not travel with the team and will miss Friday night's game due to an ankle injury.
Oh, wow.
So the side of the ball that we're already kind of like...
the position group that we're already kind of like...
Where'd this come from?
49 seconds ago, Twitter.
No, but no. I'm saying it's like...
I know.
What is your temperature check with Jalen Hurts? Yours individually? Because I can see both sides, right? I'm more on the positive side, as I'm sure both of you guys are. And I think he's going to have a bounce-back season. I think the Eagles are going to win 12 games. I hate when guys like Chris Sims take away what Jalen Hurts does just because of the weapons around him. You look around the NFL, there are a lot of talented wide wide receivers, right? The Eagles aren't the only team that have 2 wide receivers
no.
now. Now they have 3. Now with Jahan Dotson, they also have Saquon Barkley. Like, let's be real. Jalen Hurts is very fortunate to have what he has around him.
Loaded. That
But
team
there
is
are other
loaded.
teams that have a lot around them as well. So I think Jalen Hurts bounces back this season. You think he's going to throw for 4,500 yards?
45-30.
That's the official
a
number. 45-30?
No, 4,500.
Right.
30 touchdowns.
Oh, okay.
30 passing touchdowns. I think Jalen Hurts doesn't have a bounce back year. He has speed. That's true. It was 6-1. I didn't think they were coming back, even though I watched one of our fine listeners, Slippin' Benny, say that he bet on the Phillies to win when they were down. And so when the Phillies were down 8-4, I placed a bet on them to win.
That's good.
For a $2.63 or whatever that I turned into like 11-something bucks.
Hey, that's more money to bet on for football season that starts tomorrow.
It does. It does. And we got football tomorrow. And we got the Birds on Friday night. This is looking like a great week.
All right, that is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by our friends at Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Make sure you check out their Key 3. We were up against it yesterday. I didn't get to really run this by you, John. I went through this on Monday with Connor and Brendan. Their Key 3 right now, the OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager, the Walking on Clouds IPA, and the Vienna Lager. The Vienna Lager is a 2-time Best of PA winner, which is amazing. The OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager won the 2023 World Cup of Beer.
That sounds like the one that I would want.
It happened.
Of the options you just gave me.
So I never heard of it. So I looked up the World Cup of Beer. It happens in Vegas every year. So you would love that.
Love that.
Vegas is your like
happy
heaven.
place.
And they won. It was like the American Lager competition category, and they won gold.
Okay, that's fantastic.
They beat 2 West Coast breweries.
Well, the West Coast breweries suck. I mean, come on.
I wouldn't really know.
We'll take care of them.
But yeah, the OG Pills Legendary
awesome.
Philly Lager. So Von C, make sure you check them out. VonCbrewing.com. Find out where you can pick up your E3 from Von C.
We'll be rolling into Norristown soon to taste some ourselves.
Damn right.
Which is great. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us on our generous partner, Window Nation, and even Door Nation.
Yes.
For the Salciunases. And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof 3 times over. Cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody, have a great, great, great rest of your day. When we wake up tomorrow morning, now the 3 of us, it's at 4 o'clock in the morning, but when we wake up.
We're going to dance. We're going to dance tomorrow morning. We're so happy.
It is day 1 of the NFL season for the 2024-2025 season with Chiefs Ravens, and it will be 1 day away from the start of the Eagles season.
All
dude.
predictions on the table tomorrow morning.
I can't freaking wait. So everybody enjoy one more night of no football.
Afternoon baseball, too.
That's right, a 3:07 start. Mike Missanelli show's coming your way next with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll be back at it tomorrow right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic